Great, thank you. We're prepared to get started on and hearing the matters today. I want to make sure, Michelle, you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks.
Great, then we'll go on the record. Thank you. And the first matter on today's agenda is docket number 2020-015, cause number 076-02, in the matter of Patmos Energy LLC. This matter was continued from the September hearing, and I think at this point it's appropriate to get an update and take appearances of counsel. Division, who's Miss Haley? Are you Miss Souza? Are you representing the division?
Yes, Haley Souza for the division.
And I see Mitch, Mr. Mayo.
Yeah, Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear on behalf of Patmos Energy.
Well, I will turn the time over to the division, and let's go from there.
The bankruptcy court, you guys remember last month they were hit with a hurricane and were flooded. So they were able to get a hearing scheduled that was on October 6th. At that time, the supplemental application to employ Gray Rock Cement to get this well plugged was approved by the bankruptcy court, and an order was issued on, that was October 20. But I have not heard, I can't speak to the efforts that the trustee has taken to date to employ Gray Rock, so I will turn the time over to Mitch for an update on that piece.
Yeah, Chairman, members of the board, Haley, Ms. Souza, thank you for that. That's a pretty succinct summary. I haven't heard much either. Communication is still difficult. I believe bankruptcy trustee is still in Florida as opposed to in Alabama because of the flooding. I'm not entirely sure whether he's back in his offices full time. Needless to say, communicating has been difficult, but when I spoke with him 2 days ago, he was in the process of reaching out to Gray Rock and getting a firm date for their start. I haven't talked to him since then, so I don't have, unfortunately for the board, a start date for Gray Rock. But I think the good thing is the division's efforts in this case have really to date proven wise. I think they've brought this to the attention, and they've kind of forced Patmos' feet to the fire through this process, and it looks as though we're getting to a place where the well should be hopefully plugged and abandoned by the operator before the next hearing, but certainly before the end of the year. So at this point, Patmos would request a continuance of this notice of agency action to the December hearing.
The division doesn't have any objections to that.
Okay, so just to be clear, the next step is to get the contractor to give us a firm date on when they're going to perform the P&A work. Is that correct?
That is correct. The next and only step, I believe, is just to get the contractor out on the site. The contract has been approved by both parties and by the bankruptcy court. I was informed by bankruptcy trustee 2 days ago that there's plenty of money there in the estate to pay for these expenses. So really, it's just a matter of scheduling and getting started.
Just in time for another hurricane to pass through the area.
That's right.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this matter?
Is Gray Rock located in Utah? The cement company?
They are, and Haley may know more about this, but I believe they're in Naples, Utah, but they are a local Utah company who the division at least has some fairly good experience with.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Levon, they are a reputable company. So if they are retained to do this work, the division will be happy with that.
Okay. Motion. Mr. Begley reminded me that at this point, then we would need a motion from the board to continue this matter to the December hearing. So if somebody would like to make that motion,
So moved, Mr. Chair. Mike Brown.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Brown and Mr. Gordon. So the motion to move this matter to the December hearing has been made, and we will ask Julianne to have the roll call vote.
Mr. Richard Warden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Steve Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you, Board and Ms. Carter. Mr. Mayo, I assume you'll prepare the order for us to consider and sign.
I'm happy to do that. I'll get that submitted this afternoon, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any other issues with this particular matter?
I don't believe so. I'll sign off now and just watch the YouTube video. Thank you.
Be entertained. Great.
That's right.
All right. We will move on to the next agenda item, which is docket number 2020-020, cause number RMNRL-2020-1, in the matter of formal rulemaking to amend the mineral program rules pertaining to small mine operations resulting from Senate Bill 131, and docket number 2020-021, cause number RMNRL-2020-2, matter of formal rulemaking to amend the minerals program rules pertaining to mining operations resulting from House Bill 294. Division, would you like to give us a review of where we are in this?
I'm gonna have Natasha Ballas step in. She's the legislative, well, she can introduce herself.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm the Legislative and Policy Coordinator for the division. Oh, sorry, what? What?
Natasha, do you want to give a synopsis of the memo that we filed?
Oh, yes, of course. So the Small Mines and Basalt rulemaking comment period closed on October 15th. We didn't receive any comments on those changes, but we would like to say that we recognize Senate Bill 6004 was passed in the 2020 special legislative session, and that put a hold on our rulemaking with some exceptions. But because this rulemaking was in response to 2 bills that were passed during the 2020 legislative session, it is one of the exceptions. So the division recommends that the board direct the division to send a notice of effective date to the Office of Administrative Rules, and to make the effective date be October 29th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. I believe it's in our court now, the board, to make a motion to adopt the rules as presented with an effective date of October 29th, 2020. Board members, if you have no questions at this time, we would entertain the motion to adopt these rules.
Mr. Chair, are we talking about both causes on this motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion that the board adopts the rules as listed.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
With the October 29th, 2020 effective date, correct? On the motion?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Any further discussion from the board on this motion? So the motion before us is to accept these two rulemaking as formal, the rules that were written as in their formal state. Boy, I'm messing this up. Anyway, the motion is to accept these rules with a effective date of October 29th, 2020. Ms. Carter, could you call the roll call vote?
Mr. Richard Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Ms. Carter, the motion is passed unanimously. Now I assume then the division will move forward now with the blessings of the board to formalize these rules.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Baza. Can I ask Haley a question?
Absolutely.
Haley, do we need an order signed by the board adopting those rules?
No,
Okay,
that verbal motion that just passed is sufficient for us to send those, set an effective date for those.
thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. We will now move on to docket item number 3. Oops, sorry, agenda item number 3, docket number 2020-023, cause number S/57/0010A in the matter of Pine Ridge Capital LLC. This matter was continued from the September hearing, and I think at this time we would take appearances of counsel, and I understand that the only counsel is either Ms. Souza or Gordon. If you're
Yes, Gordon Rowe for the division.
please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen and members of the board. The division filed a motion for an order of default on October 19th, 2020, which is still pending before this board. According to Utah Administrative Code Rule 647-104-151, the board may enter an order of default against the party if 1, a party fails to attend or participate in a hearing, or 2, a respondent fails to file a written response within 20 days of the mailing of the notice of agency action. For the clarity of the record and the board's information, the division's motion for default in this matter incorrectly referenced Rule 641-104-151 as 641-105-151 due to a typographical error. The correct rule reference for default orders is 641-104-151. But here the respondent failed to file a response, enter an appearance, or make any contact with the division or board. Additionally, it appears respondent has failed to appear in today's hearing. Proof of service of the division's notice of agency action can be found in the division's Exhibit 29 as supplemented. And after entering default, the rules provide that the board shall conduct any further proceedings necessary to complete the proceeding without the participation of the party in default, and shall determine all issues in the proceeding, including those affecting the defaulting party. So with that, I would ask the board grant the division's motion for default at this time before I present a summary of the merits of the case and the division's request for relief.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Board members, do you have questions of Mr. Rowe before we entertain a motion to excuse me just a moment. I need to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Until we entertain a motion, order of default in this matter. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, the board will entertain a motion on an order of default.
I move that we approve the order of default in this matter.
Second that.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, could you conduct the roll call vote for us, please? I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Certainly, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Rowe, what are you going to do after we vote on this motion? You're going to advise us of the merits of so doing?
Correct. Under the rules, the board shall conduct further proceedings as necessary. In the past, our past practice has to present proffered testimony from counsel explaining the situation and the request for relief. So that's my plan after the motion.
Why wouldn't you do that prior to us moving on this docket item?
That's just what the rules require. It's sort of confusing, and it's something we've worked with board counsel to try to resolve. But essentially, what I understand is the order of default prevents the respondent from appearing. However, it does not grant the relief requested. That must come in a second motion from the board.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Back to you, Mr. Chair. My apologies.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the clarification on that matter. It appears to be a matter of proceeding properly. So we've had the motion. It's been seconded. There was some discussion, and we're at the point, Ms. Carter, if you could call the roll call vote.
Mr. Richard Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. At this point, I think we will turn the time back over to Mr. Rowe for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Go ahead.
Gordon, hold on just a second, please. Just want to make clear for the record that the motion is passed by unanimous vote by the board, and I am signing that order of default at this time.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
No problem. Thanks again, Chairman. Since the default has just been entered, I'll present a truncated version of the usual formal presentation with just proffered testimony rather than a formal examination of division staff. This matter involves Pine Ridge Mine, which is operated by Pine Ridge Capital LLC in Weber and Cache counties near Liberty, Utah. The division is requesting the board issue an order: 1, withdrawing Pine Ridge's permit to conduct small mining operations at the Pine Ridge Mine; 2, forfeiting the cash surety bond of approximately $15,000 held to guarantee the reclamation of the mine; 3, authorizing the division to use the forfeited funds to reclaim the surface impacts of the subject mine; 4, authorizing the Attorney General to take any and all additional actions as necessary to recover associated reclamation costs to the extent the amounts forfeited are insufficient to complete the reclamation work; and finally, authorizing the Attorney General to recover assessed civil penalties totaling $4,510 plus interest. The division believes it is entitled to the relief sought because Pine Ridge failed and is unable to reclaim subject mine as ordered by the division and has not paid 2 outstanding penalty assessments. Therefore, under the Mined Land Reclamation Act and its implementing rules, the board may grant the relief requested. Briefly, Pine Ridge has had a history of compliance issues with the division since it began mining at the subject mine. Its operations began as an unpermitted mine sometime between 2013 and 2014. When the division learned of the unpermitted mining operation in June of 2014, it issued a cessation order and assessed an associated penalty of $1,210, which is yet to be paid. While Pine Ridge eventually received an approved notice of intention for small mining operations, compliance issues continued to occur. On September 2nd, 2015, the division issued another cessation order to Pine Ridge for mining beyond its permanent area. The division then issued an associated penalty of $3,300, which is also yet to be paid. On July 12, 2016, the division issued a directive to Pine Ridge to complete reclamation of the site. Pine Ridge eventually completed partial reclamation of the site to the landowner's satisfaction, and the division subsequently granted a request from Pine Ridge to release part of its reclamation bond. The division retained $15,000 of the bond to account for the remaining reclamation required at the site. This reclamation work has yet to be completed despite numerous efforts from the division. However, the division believes that the remaining $15,000 in remaining bond funds is adequate to conduct the necessary reclamation. Throughout the life of this mining operation, the relationship between Pine Ridge and the landowner has significantly deteriorated. As a result, Pine Ridge has lost permission from the landowner to enter the property for any reason, including to conduct reclamation. The division has attempted to work with Pine Ridge to resolve these matters without board action, but these attempts have been unsuccessful and are now likely impossible given the operator no longer has legal access to the property. So in conclusion, Utah Code Section 4816 sub 2A authorizes the board to withdraw an NOI if the operator substantially fails to perform reclamation. Section 4814 sub 6 and the relevant rules provide that if an operator of a mining operation fails or refuses to carry out the necessary land reclamation as outlined in the approved NOI, the board may, after notice and hearing, declare any surety filed for this purpose forfeited and may order the reclamation to be conducted by the division. Section 4814 sub 6B provides the board shall request the Attorney General to take the necessary legal action to enforce and collect the amount of liability. And finally, Section 48.9.1 sub 4 provides that civil penalties owed under this chapter may be recovered in a civil action brought by the Attorney General at the request of the board. As this presentation and division's filings have shown, Pine Ridge has failed to perform its reclamation in the past, is unable to conduct reclamation in the future, and has $4,510 in outstanding penalties. Therefore, the division asks the board to issue an order withdrawing Pine Ridge's permit to conduct small mining operations, forfeiting the cash surety bond of approximately $15,000, authorizing the division to use the forfeited funds to reclaim the site, authorizing the Attorney General to take any and all additional actions to recover associated reclamation costs to the extent the amount forfeited is insufficient, and finally authorizing the Attorney General to recover assessed civil penalties. Unless there are any questions from the board, this concludes the division's presentation.
Board members, questions? Seeing none, and I have to admit, Mr. Rowe, I couldn't take notes fast enough, so our motion will be fairly simple.
Yep. I can share my screen if it helps to see the text of my motion, but
no, you're going to make it difficult for me.
Okay.
No, I think it's a simple motion that the board accept the request of the division to take the bond and complete the reclamation of the site. Would that be adequate for the division's need?
Yes, and to recover recover any additional funds in the event that the amounts forfeited are insufficient, and recover the civil penalties. That's the gist of our request.
I have a question.
Yes,
Do you
please.
Do you think the funds are sufficient to do the work needed?
Brief indication from Paul Baker in the minerals program this week. He indicated that $15,000 should be adequate. But just in case, we've requested the board grant this relief that we can seek to recover funds in the event that our calculations are incorrect.
Thank you.
So to be clear, you're asking us to approve the use of the reclamation bond plus any additional funds and penalties that may be required to complete the reclamation.
Yes.
Is there a board member that would like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Carter, would you like to perform the roll call vote?
Mr. Richard Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Let the record show that that was a unanimous vote, and that Mr. Rowe, will you prepare the order for our signature?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. The next agenda item, number 4, is docket number 2020-027, cause number 196-52 in the matter of Pacific Energy and Mining Company. This matter has been continued to the December 9th, 2020 hearing. The next item is agenda item number 5, and I would ask, before we go on forward with this matter, if EP Energy and their representatives are ready to proceed.
This is counsel for EP Energy.
EP Energy is here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were set up and ready to proceed. If the division's ready on this, I will read it into the record. I'm getting a head nod, so I will go ahead and move forward. Docket number 2020-031, cause number 130-05, in the matter of the request for agency action of EP Energy, EP Company, LP. At this time, we will take appearances of counsel.
Great. Good morning, everyone. This is Brent Chicken in Denver. I am counsel for EP Energy, E&P, for this matter.
Brent, we can't see you. We'd love
Better?
to see you.
Sorry.
We'd love to
The little
hear.
slider at the top was closed. My apologies.
That's okay.
Gordon Rowe for the division.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, just taking notes. I would assume that it would be appropriate at this time, Mr. Chicken, if you have witnesses that you would like to have appear, that they be sworn in.
Correct. Today, EP Energy has 3 witnesses, one for land matters, one for geology, and one for engineering. Assume you guys can see, all of our 3 witnesses are in their conference room there. In the middle is Dan Brooks, who's a landman for EP Energy. To the right is Lauren Robinson, who is our geology expert. And to the left is Steve Biancardi, who is our engineering expert. And I'd like to ask that all three of those witnesses be sworn in for purposes of today's proceedings.
Michelle, could swear them in.
Sure. Can I have one of them just say their name to pull their picture up? I can't see them.
Yeah, Dan Brooks is here.
Okay, there we go. All right, will each of you raise your right hands, please? You and each of you do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chicken. Please proceed.
Okay. Just a little housekeeping matter on the front end, Mr. Rowe had asked about, and so I thought the board should have an understanding. As the board may or may not be aware, EP Energy filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in Texas in the fall of 2019. It was a Chapter 11 reorganization, and therefore EP Energy was a debtor in possession. So it operationally, day to day, nothing really changed, and they continued to operate their properties as a debtor in possession. Their plan of reorganization was approved by the bankruptcy court on August 27th, 2020, and the same became effective, and EP exited its existing bankruptcy on October 1st. So for purposes of this hearing and the board's decisions and the presentation of evidence today, EP Energy is no longer in a bankruptcy status and hasn't been since first of the month. So I just wanted to make sure the board understood that in the same way that Mr. Rowe and I did, so that we didn't have any issues. What we're doing today. So first, as the board, I'm sure, is aware, EP Energy has 4 requests for agency action in front of the board today. Docket numbers 2020, 028, 029, 030, and 031. They have all been consolidated pursuant to EP Energy's motion for purposes of hearing today, because the facts and the science that needs to be presented to the board for all 3 of these matters is substantially similar. They're all in the same area. And so we filed 4 RAAs to keep things very clear and simple, but no reason to do 4 separate hearings. And we do think that consolidation is going to materially assist the board and the division in getting through this today. Let's talk about specifics. The first 3 RAAs that I mentioned are requests to amend existing overlapping spacing orders in a single, very limited, narrow way, and that is to decrease the heel and toe setbacks from 330 feet to either 185 or 135 feet, and we'll explain that. And then the 4th application is for the establishment of governmental section line drilling units, and to allow up to 3 stacked wells in each of those. So specifically at present, our subject lands that we'll present are going to be governed by 3 orders. The board's order 139-151, board order 139-155, and board order 139-159. And I promise you, once we get through my introduction, we've got great maps that are going to show exactly where all of these lands are and how they overlap and those type of things. So all of the lands are in Duchesne County. And I guess as relevant to this hearing, all 3 of those orders establish, among other things, 640-acre and 1,280-acre overlapping drilling units for short lateral and long lateral horizontal lay-down wells. They have 330-foot productive interval setbacks from the east and west drilling unit boundaries. So this is when we refer to heel-toe. These are east-west drilled wells, and so the heel and the toe are going to be on the right and the left of the horizontal line. And as I mentioned, we're seeking to amend those orders to decrease setbacks and to create section line drilling units. I'm not going to get too deep into the 135 versus 185 because that's geology, engineering, science driven for what those are. But the first three, some of those orders ask for 135, some of them ask for 185, and one of them asks for both because it covers a large swath of land that has geologic changes as you go from south to north. And then again, the second request is to add up to three stacked long lateral horizontal wells and 2,560 acre governmental section line drilling units. These will also, this request has everything the same as the existing orders in terms of the 560 foot productive interval lateral boundary setbacks, 100-foot vertical setbacks. It requests all of those, but it does request the smaller heel toe setbacks because EP believes the science supports it. And they obviously believe that that their evidence and technical data presented today is going to they're going to be able to show that this is going to not only protect correlative rights but also to prevent waste that is currently occurring, and in the process minimize surface use and maximize resource recovery. The east-west drilling unit boundary setbacks that we're seeking today, the decreased setbacks, they're not uncommon in modern horizontal wells, and the board has heard in the past, from different orders from different states. There's some states that have 50-foot heel-toe setbacks depending on the geology and engineering. So it's not an untoward request. And along those lines, horizontal well heel toe setbacks have actually been granted by the board in orders 600-01 and order 470-02 in the past. And so I would ask the board to take administrative notice of the evidence and the testimony that was presented in those matters with respect to decreased setbacks. Those matters handled other things as well, but they also have the decreased setbacks. Similarly, when we talk about the 2560, the section line drilling units, these have been seen as a great way to protect correlative rights and prevent waste, because under all of the existing orders, we currently have about a 1,120 foot wide strip that lays between every drilling unit, every set of two drilling units that abut each other. And that 1,120 foot strip, because of the 560 foot setbacks in the two adjoining drilling units, you can't put a well there. And so today we're asking to be able to put a well within 100 feet laterally of that line, which actually puts us in a smaller setback situation anyway. And the board has also seen these type of requests for 2560s. They've seen these requests in order 139, 158, order 139, 165, and order 139, 169. And so I would also ask the board to take administrative notice of the testimony and evidence in those matters to the extent it's similar and helpful to the board in deciding on its decision for the request today. I will note that the board is aware that divisions filed a technical memorandum regarding this, covering both the EP matter today and the Oventiv matter that is planned for later today. EP Energy put a great deal of thought and work into these RAAs, including a lot of preliminary and follow-up meetings with the division, contact with a federal agency, and talking to other operators. And so EP is thankful and appreciative that the division took so much time in putting together such a detailed technical memorandum, really laying out what the division's necessarily high expectations are for matters such as this. I'd also like to note that we have comment letters. Several comment letters have been filed in this matter. Two of them are general comment letters. One of them is a letter of support. I'll address the letter of support first. It's a support letter from CH4 Energy Finley, indicating that they have no objection and in fact support the relief EP Energy is seeking today. The first comment letter was filed by a gentleman named Richard Barton, who is a surface owner. EP Energy filed a response with the board to Mr. Barton's letter, clarifying the relief that EP sought in the RAAs, and Mr. Barton's likely standing, given his surface owner status, and also offering assistance to him if he had other questions for attorney or landman referrals. The board is free to read that response letter if they haven't already. And the second comment letter filed was by Stevens LLC. And it indicates that Stevens LLC is a participating working interest owner in the lands. Very small interest, but a participating working interest owner all the same. And the general nature of the letter is generalized concerns regarding potential Duchesne River and surrounding agricultural land pollution allegedly caused by oil and gas operations. EP Energy chose not to file a response to this letter, in part because Stevens is a participating working interest owner in these lands, and secondarily because all of the concerns that were raised in that letter are already covered in the sense that any of those operations are already approved and are being conducted by EP Energy pursuant to the existing orders and the existing rules. And so all rules regarding, waste disposal, waste management, pollution, environmental concerns, all of that applies to all of EP Energy's operations on the lands. And more importantly, none of the relief sought in the RAAs today, just reasonable setback decreases and authorizing section line wells, in and of itself is going to cause any of the issues that were raised in the Stevens letter. In other words, if there's generalized pollution concerns at 330 feet, then those concerns aren't going to go away if those setbacks are increased or decreased. And so I do not know. Once I'm finished, I'm sure the chairman will give an opportunity if either Mr. Barton or a representative from Stevens LLC has joined us today. But those are EP Energy's general positions on the two comment letters and the support letters. And normally here I would introduce my witnesses and get them all sworn in, but that's already been finished. And so with that, I have nothing further unless the chairman wants to make any comments. I'm ready for my first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chicken. I do have a question.
Please.
Maybe just for clarification, I read the letter that was attributed to Stevens LLC, but you said that they are a participant. But in the letter, the person says that they own an interest in the oil and gas procured from an order under Utah law. Can you explain to
I can. We were a little perplexed by that as well when we received it, but we have checks from Stevens LLC paying jibs, and we have revenue checks being cashed by Stevens LLC. So as far as EP is concerned, they're a participating working interest owner that's receiving production revenue rather than royalty. So the letter, yeah, I don't understand why it's written like that. I don't understand where they were going with that, and that could be a misunderstanding on the part of Stevens regarding their situation, but based on what we understand, we're getting jibs paid timely. Thank you. And we're getting revenue checks are being sent out and negotiated and retained by Stevens. And so, beyond that, we don't necessarily really understand the nature of the letter. But once again, given its kind of general pollution type tone. It's got nothing specific in here. And there's some strong language. I mean, I'll admit I think unconscionable is used at a point in that letter. And I don't know if that's an accurate term, because I just didn't see anything in there that was going to be directly affected or that was going to impugn correlative rights or cause waste or any of those items based on the general concerns.
Mr. Chicken?
Yes, ma'am.
What percentage of working interest owner is it? Are they 1%, 5%, 10%?
It's very small. It's very small, Ms. Davis. It's I think it's 1 point. I can get you the exact number. Give me 1 second. Approximately 1.453488% mineral interest is being in a handful of tracts. So it roughly works out to about 2.75 net mineral acres in one tract and 2.6 net mineral acres in another. So it is a very small amount. And the proportionate share of the working interest is equivalently small. The gross working interest is probably, I think it's 0.429978 or right around there in one tract, and then 0.353152. So it is a very small interest.
Are they a long time working interest in that area, or is this fairly recent?
I believe this is fairly recent. This started, well, actually, it's not that recent. Let me go back. The discussions about developing this area started in late 2015, maybe early 2016. And that's when discussions were being had with Stevens to try and get a lease or see if they wanted to participate and whatnot. And, the end result was that, Stevens ended up as a working interest owner and has acted, accordingly and has paid jibs and has also received production revenue.
So are they participating with a mineral interest? They don't have a leasehold interest.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And are they receiving then 100% attributed to that tract?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, they're paying their costs and getting their production. I mean, just like a definition of a working interest owner.
Levon and Gordon, are you familiar with this company at all?
I am not familiar with them.
Okay.
No, I'm not either.
Okay.
I'm not either.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just had one more question, Mr. Chicken.
Sure.
Is in the letter the term order under Utah law, is that a term of art, or is that just something that they threw in the letter?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know. I wish I could answer that question, but that all I can tell you is we were kind of confused by some of the phrases used in that letter as well. And I don't know the answer to that. I apologize.
Could this have come through an inheritance that they inherit? Could they have inherited these minerals? Could that be what they're referring to? Order of law?
Potentially, but it's in an LLC, which means somebody did something. An LLC is unlikely to inherit. But somebody could put that in a will, I guess. So, so I don't know. I do not know the nature of the title and how they came by the mineral interest.
Thank you, Mr. Chicken, for entertaining our questions. It provides clarification. Please proceed.
Well, I guess with that, I'm going to call my first witness. The first witness is going to be our land witness, Dan Brooks. Mr. Brooks, if you could introduce yourself by your full name, title, and your employer, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Daniel E. Brooks, Daniel E. Brooks, Brooks. I am a landman at EP Energy E&P Company, LP.
Okay, and you've testified before the Utah Board of Oil and Gas in the past on land and land matters associated with drilling and development, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've submitted an updated resume along with our exhibit, with EP Energy's exhibit packet several weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Unless the board would like further voir dire on Mr. Brooks' experience and qualifications, I will move on. Is there any question?
Board members, any questions? Seeing none, division, any questions?
No questions from the division.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I am going to share my screen now. Give me 1 second. Okay, can everyone see that? Mr. Chairman, can you see my screen share?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
I can.
Sorry, just wanted to make sure everybody could see it. So we will begin with Exhibit L1. Mr. Brooks, if you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit L1 from a 30,000-foot view.
Absolutely. Just wanted to also take a quick moment and thank the board and the division today. Certainly would have rathered be with you in person, but of course, given circumstances, happy to be, I guess, in front of a screen with you. So yes, Exhibit L1 is basically our showing you where we're at in the world from 30,000 feet. So we're located, same theme here with the red outlined RAA affected lands. Are located about 2.5, 3 hours southeast of Salt Lake City. Very close proximity to Duchesne, Utah, and then about 20 miles west of Roosevelt, Utah, all located in Duchesne County, Utah.
Okay. And we'll move on to Exhibit L2. Well, it's really L1 continued. If you could please describe what's showing on L1 continued, which is gives the board an idea of where the existing orders are.
Yes. So going from a 30,000-foot view, maybe down to a 10,000-foot view, and the intent here is to show the board that, again, we have our red outlined affected lands, and then working from north to south here, we have existing order 139-159, which was an EP requested and approved order. There in the peach color, we have 139-155, which was also an EP requested and approved order. And then there in the blue, we have 139-151, which was originally Crescent Point Energy's requested and approved order.
Okay. So we'll move now to Exhibit L2, which is going to kind of zoom in a little further, and we can talk about notification and our notice areas. If you could please describe the different zones that are depicted on Exhibit L2 with respect to not only the subject lands, the lands we're dealing with today, but the buffer zones for notice on the outside.
Absolutely. So again, sticking to the same theme, the red outline is going to be our RAA affected lands. As the board is aware, there is a half-a-mile notice buffer, which is indicated there in the blue dashed line. And as EP Energy has done in the past, and we've done the same thing here, we've extended that notice buffer another half-mile. So what we effectively have is our effective lands plus a 1 mile or 1 section buffer to physically affect all of the interested parties.
Okay. All right. And interested parties would have also the same parties that received notice from us, which when we say notice, those are copies of the RAAs, correct?
That is correct.
And those same parties would also have received notices of the hearing through by the board, both via mail and newspaper publication, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I don't think I have any further questions for this particular slide. I will move on to Exhibit L3, and we'll talk about the ownership of the lands and the breakdown of that ownership. if you could please describe the ownership depictions on L3, please.
Sure. So again, our RAA affected lands are highlighted in red. We do have a mixture of ownership between fee, tribal, and state or state institutional trust lands administration, or SITLA. Roughly our entire outline or affected area is roughly 70,000 acres. Of that, 54,000 approximately would be fee acreage. Tribal makes up roughly 15,000, 15,500. And then state SITLA lands are in there at nearly 340 acres. So also important to note, across the lands, on average, EP controls just shy of 70% of the working interest across the lands. So wanted to make note of that as well.
Okay, and how many total wells are on the lands of any kind, horizontal, vertical, directional?
Sure. So there's 248 wells across the lands. Of that, I believe EP 224 of those EP operates. CH4 Finley, which, as Brent mentioned, we received a support letter from, they operate just shy 17 wells, and then Altamont Energy is in there with 6 wells as well. But so the vast majority of the wells, 224 to be exact, EP operates.
Okay. So now I'm going to move on to Exhibit L4, which is going to give a good depiction of the existing orders, where those orders are, and the spacing units created by those orders. If you could please go through Exhibit L4 and point out the key points to the board.
So again, red affected lands outline, and then as depicted are the 1,280 acre overlapping spacing units. Also, what I have on here is the existing spacing orders, which I mentioned earlier, working north to south, being 139, 159, 139, 155, and then 139, 151. Importantly, those 3 orders approve a east-west heel toe setback of 330 feet. And so that's the points I would like to make on this slide, Brent.
Okay. And that's partially because, and I'll tell the board this now, the way these slides have been set up, several of the presentations will have groups of 2 or 3 slides where we're trying to kind of walk the board through something visually. And so this is one of those areas. And so we start with the existing spacing orders here, and we go to L5. And this will give an idea, obviously subject to further geology and engineering, of the revision and where we're asking for which setback footages. And Mr. Brooks, if you could go through Exhibit L5 and describe kind of where our cutoff lines are and things like that to give the board the general idea.
Yes, sir. So very same slide you're seeing from the previous slide. What we're showing here is, as you can see indicated in the blue text, importantly taking note of that 3 south, 5 west, 3 south, 4 west northern township line. So to the north, we have what we're requesting and calling our 185 lands. And what specifically we're requesting here before you today is a reduction from 330 feet to a 185 foot setback, again on the blue 185 lands. And then below that township line, we're calling those the 135 foot lands. And so again, the existing 330 we're requesting here before you to decrease that to 135 feet, and we will be referring to those as the 135 lands. And I'll come back and show you the point on the that township line in just a few slides.
Yep. Well, we'll just go right into L6 then, and please describe what we're showing here in terms of first we're going to cover exterior, then we'll cover interior 2560.
Sure, and this is what Brent was getting at. I'm just really going to walk you through 2 slides leading up to the culmination of really what L6 is, what I'm trying to depict. But so as Brent mentioned, there's 27 what I'm calling exterior 2560s, really for no other reason than for sake of illustration. They're squared off on the edges, so they're the exteriors. But really what that's showing is where the 2,560 acre section line unit will be. And then of course the laterals themselves would be drilled in the middle there along the grayed out section line. Up to 3 laterals plus or minus 100 feet north-south.
And just to clarify for the board, that the orders in these section line cases, I know we see them on a map and it's really easy, but we've made sure with the division and council for both the board and the division that any orders for 2560s are going to specifically describe the 2560s and also show them graphically on a map, so there's no question about what is being created and what is not. So let's move to Exhibit L6 continued, which is going to show us the interior 2560s that we're requesting today.
Yes, and very same story here. I've just, for sake of illustration, showing the interior 2560s, which you can see have just been shifted. So really the same slide, but the next slide really is the culmination.
Okay, we'll move to. Am I going the wrong way here? Sorry.
No, you had it.
Sorry, 1 second.
There,
there we go. L7. That's the one we wanted.
Go back one. I'm sorry, Brent. L6.
Oh, L6 is the one. Okay, my apologies. So L6 is going to be the combination of the exterior and interior, correct?
That is correct. And just showing that there would be a combined total of 48 total 2560s across the lands, and showing how those fit in to the lands.
Okay. And then from that, what we'll do is we'll move to L7, which is kind of combining all of this with the setbacks. And so if you could please describe how we're showing the 185s, the 135s, and all of these different units all together.
Absolutely. So similar to what we've shown the board before, this is kind of our, my grand finale slide here, bringing this all together, showing the point I had referenced earlier on that north-south, the township line where Brent's cursor is there. Importantly, the blue laterals I'm showing are the 185-foot laterals. And EP Energy, in order to take more of a conservative approach there, where we had an overlap right there between the 135 and 185 lands, we decided that that particular unit, it would be most prudent to go ahead with the more conservative setback there. And so really this is just showing again how it would look with the 2560s at full development and where each set of those laterals would go geographically, and then of course showing the setbacks 185 to the north, 135 to the south.
Okay. And I believe that is our last land exhibit. And so before the board and the division have an opportunity for asking questions, I do want to ask if all of the exhibits L1 through L7 were prepared by you or under your direction, supervision, and control. Can you guys hear me?
We did not hear that response.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, there it is. And also, Mr. Brooks, do you believe that the relief requested in the RAAs will protect correlative rights, minimize waste, minimize service impacts, and maximize resource recovery?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Brooks. I will turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, division. Please proceed with your questions.
I don't, thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions at this time, but since I'm not with the division, I'll go over to Ellis Peterson to see if he has questions regarding these land exhibits.
I do not, thanks.
Okay, no questions from the division at this time.
Board members, questions at this time?
Chairman,
Yes,
this,
Ms. Davis.
this is a really large area. Dan, how much of this area does EP have a majority working interest in?
The majority of those lands, Ms. Davis, we actually do control, like as I mentioned, just shy of 70% across these lands. This really is what I would liken to a very much core area for us. And as I mentioned, 224 wells operated amongst these lands.
So how many wells do you plan on drilling in this area in the next year or so?
I'll just be real honest with you, Ms. Davis. It's a little bit of a difficult question to answer for you, but I can offer, being that we are requesting this request here before you today, and as I mentioned, this is a very much core area for us. I can say this definitely has the eye of EP Energy as a focus area for us. So without getting into details, I hope that you would accept that answer.
The board is very interested in making sure we get the maximum oil in place out of drilling lands. And this seems to me to be a way to get extra oil when we change the setbacks, when we have closer setbacks. The only issue for me is correlative rights. That is, on the edges of this RAA, I saw your exhibits. You're not planning on draining outside of it, but on the edges of the RAA, let's say somebody in 3 South, 6 West, sections 1, 12, 13, 24, 25, 36. Let's say somebody in those sections said, I want these small setbacks. Would you object?
On the other side, so they have the same setbacks?
Yes.
No, in my position, I think that would be very reasonable. Otherwise, it would be difficult to me to request that setback in my land if I was going to oppose that in others. So
that was my point. And my next question is, you're getting much closer to the drilling area lines. Are you going to need fill-in wells on the drilling unit lines? In other words, if you're getting really close to the drilling unit lines, are you going to need drilling unit wells, line wells? Do you understand what I'm asking? That was awkwardly said. I apologize for that.
I believe I understood the question in that, and part of this request here today is in fact to request those section line wells.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Do you need those as much when you are getting that close to the section lines?
Well, currently where those section line wells are going to be drilled, currently right there's a dead space, or really a no drill zone, if you want to call it that, of 1,120 feet. And so with these section line wells, you're basically more or less splitting that difference. And so, it is, but you're capturing more than.
Sure, but if you're getting within 135 feet of this section, do you need those section drilling line wells? Because you're only getting 270 feet now that's not being drilled. Do you need them as much, is my question.
Yes, and I think I would answer that just in terms of the 135 foot or 185 that we're requesting are on the east and west boundaries. So at the heel of the well and the toe of the well. And what we're requesting on the section line would actually be on the north and south border. So I think maybe it's a little two different things there.
Okay.
And Ms. Davis, I pulled up this other outline, the exhibit L1. And if you look, EP Energy has that same majority ownership all along, and these are east-west wells. So it's really this little area here, this area here, this area, oops, sorry. God, every single time I hit that middle button, it does this to me. But anyway, the point is these wells are gonna be east to west, right? And so we're only requesting to decrease those east-west setbacks. So nothing up here, nothing down here is going to be impacted by this. And quite frankly, this over here won't be impacted because EP Energy has that same ownership over here. So it's your correlative rights concern on the other side of the line really only arises right here, right there, and right there. Well, and I guess that little spot too. But so it is also limited, and EP Energy, I believe, may own on the other side of those lines in certain tracks as well. Maybe not majority, but where the orders are outlined on here, they do own majority. So, and we also believe that the geology and the engineering today that we're going to present really clearly shows that there is obviously they're heel toe, right? So it's not just adding, we're going to add to both sides of that heel toe to increase the lateral length, which increases production, and then pick up that 1,120 foot strip of waste with section line wells.
Brent?
And where are the section line wells going?
Let me get to this other exhibit.
Am I getting ahead of you?
Nope. This one right here shows each one of these blue lines is a section line well.
Each one of the, oh, I see. Okay.
These are each a section line well, and you see how they're in between those. And so you actually, and that's what we are trying to show with the interior and exterior is you've got, so for example, look at this one in 2 South 4 West, 15, 16, 21, and 22. If we go to the next slide, there's not only that's not only a section line well, but so is this in between here because they, you know what I mean? They overlap every 2 sections. So that's why what we were trying to depict here was everything in black are section line wells, everything in blue are section line wells, and all of the horizontal wells, both short and long lateral, including the section lines, if the request were granted, would have 185 foot setbacks heel toe above what we've affectionately called the town edge line, because the town is located right on this line. It would have 185 feet setbacks, and then everything below that would have the 135s.
Brent,
thank you. That answers my question.
This may be jumping ahead, but are you providing evidence that on the east and west sides that you're not infringing on those lands right outside the area?
Correct. When we get into the geology and the engineering, by definition, in order to protect correlative rights, we've got to make sure that we're not draining across those lines. And I think as Dan mentioned before, a very common thing with the decreased setback issues, not only in Utah, but in other basins as well, is the idea of reciprocity. That, you're not protecting correlative rights when you've got one person with a 400-foot setback and another person with a 50-foot setback on either side of the same line. And so I think that the reciprocal setbacks is always a good way of looking at a way to protect correlative rights. But notwithstanding that, I believe that our geology and engineering today will convince the board that correlative rights are not going to be impacted on really on kind of half of this and these other areas right in here, that these areas are not going to be having correlative rights impacts.
Thank you.
Yep.
Additional questions from the board members? I believe you can proceed with your next witness, Mr. Chicken.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to call Lauren Robinson, EP Energy staff geologist. Ms. Robinson, if you could please introduce yourself by name, your title, and your current employer, please.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Lauren Robinson, LAUREN, and I'm a staff geologist at EP Energy.
Okay. Have you ever testified before the Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining before?
I have not.
Okay. Since we will be asking the board to qualify you as an expert in petroleum geology today, I would like you to please give the board, starting with college, a brief description of your educational background and your work experience, all of which is also in an updated resume, correct?
Okay, can I interrupt? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You are very difficult for me to hear. Can you either speak up or get closer to your mic? You're cutting out.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, you're kind of fading in and out, but I'll just interrupt if I miss something.
Okay, I hope this is better.
Oh, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, great. I was getting concerned there for a moment. Okay, in 2004, I graduated from Smith College, which is in Northampton, Massachusetts, with a Bachelor's of Arts degree in geology. Then in 2007, I graduated from Baylor University, which is in Waco, Texas, with a master's degree in geology. Working in the oil and gas industry, I've been working full-time since 2007, and my work experience spans operators such as EOG Resources, Hess Corporation, Marathon Oil, and then finally EP Energy. Nearly all of my work experience has been onshore North America, which includes basins and geographic areas of Fort Worth, South Texas, so both the Eagle Ford and the Austin Chalk, the Bakken, the Permian, and of course the Uinta. And I've been working for EP Energy since 2015, and finally I've been working in northeastern Utah for EP Energy since 2018.
Okay. I guess I'll ask the board if they have any further questions regarding, if they'd like to voir dire Ms. Robinson regarding her experience and qualifications.
Let's ask the division and then we'll have the board make comment. Division, any issues?
No, just a brief question. Ms. Robinson, have you been qualified as an expert in any other jurisdictions?
I have not.
Okay, that's fine. No objection or further questions from the division.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Board members, any questions or concerns? I think that we can accept her as a expert witness in this matter.
Okay, I will make a proper motion. I'd like to motion and ask the board to please confirm Ms. Lauren Robinson as an expert in petroleum geology for purposes of today's hearing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, with that, we will move on to the first geology exhibit, which is our regional base map. Ms. Robinson, if you can please describe what's being depicted in here, including the existing wells and some of the other detail that's shown.
Certainly. On this regional base map, this is an outline of the subject lands within the state of Utah. And this covers 2S, 5W, 2S, 4W, 3S, 5W, and 3S, 4W, which are all townships within Duchesne County, Utah. The wells presented on this map are all of the drilled vertical, directional, and horizontal wells that were drilled by EP Energy as well as other operators.
Okay. And we'll move on from this generalized map to our more specific exhibit G2, which is our structure map. If you could please describe what is depicted on here, starting with our typo.
Yes, certainly. This is a structure map on the top of the Wasatch subsea TVD. So please note that there is a typographical error on this exhibit. It should say the top of Wasatch SSTVD, which stands for subsea TVD instead of just TVD. This is the same base map as in Exhibit G1 with respect to the aerial extent, the subject lands outline, as well as the drilled wells. Additionally, this map shows the structure map on the top of the Wasatch. Like we just talked about, the contours are in subsea TVD at a 500-foot contour interval, and the color scale goes from shallow, which are the warmer colors, to deep, which are the cooler colors. And from the map, you can see that the top of Wasatch is shallower to the southwest, and then it gets deeper as you go to the north. And the depth range is from about minus 1,500 to minus 5,300 subsea TVD over the subject lands.
Okay. So let's move from that structure map. Now we know what the rocks kind of look like a little bit, to our location map and our type log cross section. If you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit G3.
Yes, in the next few slides, we will review both a type log and a cross section. The red circle with the black outline is the location of the Taylor 39C4 type log within the subject lands, and the cross section traverses north to south, so from A to A prime in a zigzag fashion over the subject lands.
Okay, let's look at the type log. Exhibit G4 is that type log for that Taylor well, and again for the board, this is the type log well. Ms. Robinson, if you could please describe what is shown on this type log.
Yes, as we've already talked about, this is the type log for the Taylor 39C4. The top bar indicates the geologic age of the subject formations. And these are the subject formations discussed in the RAAs. So that's the interval from the lower Green River through the Wasatch. The tracks on the type logs are gamma ray, depth, and resistivity. For the gamma ray, the top or the left, if you are looking at it right side up, is lower gamma ray. And then to the bottom or right is the higher gamma ray. And these are the depths at which the subject formations exist in the type well. And with respect to the resistivity, the same is true as the gamma ray. The top or the left is lower resistivity, and the bottom or the right is higher resistivity. And we'll show you where the Uteland Butte and the Wasatch 5 are positioned within the subject formation interval. The Uteland Butte is located at the base of the lower Green River, and the Uteland Butte is currently our primary objective for horizontal drilling. The Wasatch 5 is located at the top of the Wasatch and is our secondary objective for horizontal drilling.
Okay. Then the second piece of this, the cross section. So this is Exhibit G5. If you could please describe how the cross section shakes out when you run that zigzag.
Certainly. This is the geologic cross section like we just talked about from A to A prime. So that goes from north to south. The position of the type log is in the center of the cross section, and that's noted by the green box. The tracks on the wells are the same as in the type log. So that includes gamma ray, depth, and resistivity. From the cross section, you can see that the subject formations, as discussed in the RAA, are present across the subject lands. And the subject formations have a similar thickness, as well as correlatable gamma ray and resistivity character.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to the final geology slide, which is going to go back to that map, but now we're going to focus on the orientation of the wells, Rose diagrams, and induced fractures. So if you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit G6.
Absolutely. This slide or this exhibit shows the well orientation and induced fractures. And the Rose diagrams, which are the black circles with the lines running through them on this map, were created from interpreting image logs from wells located on and juxtaposed to the subject lands. The line running through the center of the black circle on the Rose diagram represents the interpreted orientation of the induced fractures over the subject formation interval. And from the induced fracture orientations presented on those ROSE diagrams, the induced fracture trends, or the red lines, were created. And please note that all induced fracture trends on the subject lands range from 0 to 20 degrees, both east and west. For example, the ROSE diagram in C4 section 8 has a north 5 east orientation, and the ROSE diagram in B4 section 24 has a north 20 east orientation.
And so it's fair to say that the orientation here definitely changes as you run north to south, and starts becoming more of that northeast orientation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were exhibits G1 through G6 all prepared by you or under your direction, supervision, and control?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you believe that the relief requested in the 4 RAAs will tend to protect correlative rights, minimize waste and surface impacts, and afford maximum resource recovery?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions or examination for Ms. Robinson. I will turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chicken. Division, turn this over to you to ask questions of this witness.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Ellis Peterson again to see if he has any technical questions.
We don't have any questions for this technical expert on geology.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. That's all from the division, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board members?
Do any of the wells along the perimeter exceed that 330-foot setback? There's a horizontal. Well, it's hard to tell from these tiny maps. Are they all at least 330 feet from the exterior perimeter?
Yes, all of the drilled wells by EP Energy, to my knowledge, they are correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gordon.
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Moon.
First off, I probably ought to disclose that my family has a mineral interest in some of the sections involved in this request, so just wanted to disclose that. Make sure you didn't want to kick me off. And my
go ahead,
one
Mr.
question,
Moon.
yeah, my one question is just a curiosity question, Ms. Robinson. In C3, there's quite a few horizontal wells that were drilled by Newfield. And as you get to the east side of that, there's some horizontal wells. I'm not sure if they're EP or Newfield wells, but they are north and south wells, even though the induced fractures are pretty much north and south. Any thoughts on why they drilled those north and south? For example, in section 17 and 20, and in 16 and 19 in C3, they have north and south wells. And presumably they were pretty good wells, but your thoughts on that?
So I don't know if I should speak to that because I wasn't working for the other operator at the time they made their development plans. But what I will say from our interpretation of the induced fractures from the image logs that the way that we drilled the wells, the orientation, I should say, that we drilled the wells as EP Energy, I am in support of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Moon, this is Mr. Chicken. I also think this area here was kind of the ground zero for horizontal wells when they first began to get drilled in Utah. So I don't know this for sure, but I would assume that there may be a little bit of literal exploration going on there and trying to figure things out.
Yeah, I think all of Newfield's early wells were north-south wells, and that's what they were doing. And so maybe that's just why they did that.
Well, and that also leads to this weird shape here too, and how that worked out. It's just two companies seeing things different. But all I'm saying is that the wells that are over in this area are much older wells than are over here.
Right. Thank you.
I do have a question of this witness. It appears that the southwest corner of the area of the request is the shallowest as far as overburden. What is the shallowest depth of overburden in a horizontal well in that area that you plan to drill? Do you know that?
It's minus 1500 subsea TVD. So if you add maybe 5,000 feet to that, that would be the TVD. So we'll say about 6,500, something like that TVD. It's probably more than that.
Great, thank you. That clarifies any question about depth of horizontal drilling and potential impacts on the surface.
Okay.
Because of the letter from Stevens, how far below the riparian habitat are you? I mean, is there any, where's the water table? I guess is what I'm asking.
It's shallow, way shallow. I forget exactly where we set surface casing, but the surface casing that we set it goes deeper than the water table. That's the reason why we set it at that depth. So there's where I'm going with this is there's at least 4,000, 4,500 feet, more like 5,000 feet in between us, the shallowest, the absolute shallowest depth that we would be drilling a well in the southwestern portion of the subject lands versus where the surface casing is. And then, of course, where the water table is, the surface casing goes even below that. So I'm just talking about the distance, the vertical distance between the surface casing and the shallowest depth. So I would say there's quite a considerable vertical distance.
When you say considerable, you're talking multiple thousand feet?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, almost a mile.
Okay, thank you.
As long as we're on this line of questioning, could you also tell us the nature of the rock units that are within that 5,000 foot interval? Are they, would you classify them as aquatards or aquicludes? Are they shales? That sort of thing.
That's a good question. There is a mix of lithologies. So there's definitely shales, there's definitely limestone and some sandstone in there too, but mostly carbonates with some shales in between.
Ms. Robinson, on your FMI or your image logs, do the fracture orientation change at all with shallower beds or deeper beds, or is it consistent throughout the stratigraphic column?
So within the rose diagrams that are presented were interpreted from induced fractures within the subject formation interval. So within the lower Green River to the Wasatch. And it is possible, because I just don't remember off the top of my head, that there is some change in orientation. And when I say some, I mean like 10 degrees. But it's nothing that it's super significant, nothing what I would consider significant, which is more than 30, 35 degrees throughout the subject formation interval.
Okay.
Any other question, board members? Seeing none, Mr. Chicken, you can proceed to call in your next witness, please.
Okay. My next witness will be Stephen Biancardi, Reservoir Engineering Advisor. Mr. Biancardi, if you could please introduce yourself by name, title, and your employer.
Yes, just a sec. Yes, my name is Stephen A. Biancardi. I'm a reservoir engineering advisor with EP Energy E&P Company LP.
Okay. And have you appeared as an expert in petroleum engineering before the Utah Board of Oil and Gas in the past?
Yes, sir, I have.
In multiple matters involving spacing and flaring and other operational and engineering matters, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you've submitted an updated resume with your education and qualifications along with EP's exhibits being shown today?
Yes, sir.
Based on Mr. Biancardi's past, based on his experience and his education and his many past times before the board providing engineering testimony, I'd like to ask the board to qualify him as an expert in petroleum engineering for purposes of today's hearing, or if the board or the division feel the need, they're free to voir dire Mr. Biancardi as well.
Division? Any objection?
No objection from the division on this witness.
Board members? Board has no objections to this man testifying as an expert witness in this matter, as he has appeared before the board, as you mentioned, in this and similar matters.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, we'll move on to our first exhibit. Exhibit 1, we're going to start at the bottom and work everybody up. So Exhibit E1 is going to be our cumulative production. Mr. Biancardi, if you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit E1.
Yes, this is a depiction of all the lands, or excuse me, of the wells that are drilled and producing. And some of these wells have been plugged in the subject lands. We have them color coded by well type. The green, this is the bubble map, so it's relative to the cumulative production of the well with respect to the size of the bubble. But the vertical wells are colored in green. The long lateral horizontal wells are colored in yellow or gold. And then the short lateral horizontal wells, being those that are within one section, are colored in brown. There are 407 vertical wells on this map. Again, many of those have been plugged and abandoned, but this is all of the wells that have drilled and or have produced in this area. There are, and the cumulative range of that is actually 1.7 million barrels of oil. There's a very good well nearly in the center of B4, 2 South 4 West, that was drilled early on in the likely in the early 70s. It's been around for quite a while. There are 9 short lateral horizontal wells. Those are the browns. The cumulative production there ranges up to about 190 MBO. And there are 37 long lateral horizontal wells on this map. 32 of those are producing. 26 of those 32 are EP Energy wells. And then we do have 5 wells that are drilled and uncompleted. And if you'll note that notice that there are 3 horizontal wells that have a tan colored bar or stick, and over in C5, 3 South 5 West, those 3 wells they've been drilled but not yet completed. And then there are 2 wells in 3 South 4 West. They're on the west side, center of the west side, that have been drilled and not completed. Again, EP Energy has 26 producing wells in this area on the subject lands. 19 of those wells are in the Uteland Butte. 5 of those wells are Wasatch 5 wells, or just the zone just below the Uteland Butte, and there's 1 well in the Wasatch 4. And we actually have 1 well, it's a little bit shallower in the Uteland Butte, and that's the 1 well in the Castle Peak.
Okay.
The cumulative production on these is through, as noted on the map, is through June of 2020.
Okay. And then the companion to this one is obviously Exhibit E2, which is the EUR. And if you can please go through this slide in the same manner and discuss what the bubbles represent and the formations.
Yeah, this is the same color code, same to describe the well type, green being the vertical wells, vertical directional wells, yellow gold being the long lateral horizontal wells, and then the brown being the short lateral horizontal wells. Since some of these wells are very young in age, particularly with the long lateral horizontal wells, the EUR CUME or the EUR map is a little more informative. And but we do have again, since the best vertical well we have there, just going from verticals to the horizontals, again is at a 1.7 million barrel well and B4. The EUR range on the short lateral horizontal wells, the 9 that we have there, is 270 up to 270 MBO, and then the long lateral horizontal wells, the 32 that are producing, is up to 1.1 million barrels of oil. And you can see there's the size of the bubble again is a relative representation of the EUR. I would like to point out that when we started drilling, and is actually started drilling in 2018, one of the challenges that EP Energy has had in this area is quite a number of vertical wells. So we weren't quite sure, what impact those vertical wells would have on our ability to drill and complete the horizontal wells. And quite happy to tell you, and we have submitted 2 annual reports so far, that even though that there's quite a number of vertical wells, they have had no impact, no negative impact that we've seen at all on, or the horizontals have had no negative impact on the verticals, and then the vertical wells haven't really inhibited our ability to drill horizontals in this area. So that's been a great learning for us, and it's helped us to move forward in this area. I would like to point out there's a study well that we have. It's the Gorgon 1314 C54H. It's in the center, Mr. Chicken. If you can point it out, it's in the center of the east half of C5 or 3 South 5 West, and it's the very bottom well. Right, keep going up a little bit further north.
This one.
Almost there you go. That's it right there. That's I just wanted to point that out. That's it. Just to locate that well for us. That is our study well that we have that we'll be talking about further in this hearing, and so you can see the position of that well.
Okay. And we'll move from this into Exhibit E3. This again, for the board's edification, we're going to be going through, zero time for 2 of these curves, and then we're going to go to 10 years and 20 years. So these are all kind of stepwise as well. So Mr. Biancardi, if you could start with the Exhibit E3 as far as the 135 lands, and just so the board is aware, when we talk about the 135 lands or the 185 lands, once again, I'm going to go back here really quick and go to this line again, our Talmadge line. The 135 lands are this line, and are everything below this line, and the 185 lands are everything above that line. So I know that's kind of going back here a little bit, but I just want to make sure everybody understands the references we're using, so that we can all be saying the same thing. And oh my God, if this thing doesn't stop creeping up on me. Okay, Exhibit E3, Mr. Biancardi.
Yes, sir. So we have, like Mr. Chicken described, we have 135 lands, which is our setback recommendation. That's why we're calling it 135 lands, and 185 lands. The performance is different between the 2 areas, and so we're recommending a setback that's commensurate with that performance. So since we are recommending a reduced setback, there's a number of slides here just to describe how we determine, how we determine the potential of these wells, and we validated that by two methodologies. And then as we go towards the recommended setback, I think you'll understand and appreciate the effort that we've gone through. But moving forward on Exhibit E3 on the 135 lands, this is an area which is a south area. We have a 622 MBO type curve. We have on this exhibit, there are 6, we call this a zero time. Basically, we have 6 wells here that they all start at different times, but we've put them all to begin at the same time. And then we run them together and come up with an average. So each individual well, each of the individual 6 wells is depicted by the lighter color, and then there's a green, darker green color that runs through the average of the performance of those wells. And then there's a black line that's, I guess it's preceded with it. There's they started an initial rate of 700 barrels per day, peaks up at 1,200 barrels and declines. And you can see that our type curve for the 622 MBO value runs basically right through and along this our average curve. So that's a way to validate the and way to create our type curves in an area. But that's a zero time for the 135 land, 622 MBO. I will point out, well, I like to point out that if you look at there's a day on the x-axis of those are days that the wells are producing. In the middle of that, there's a period of no production. That's day 200 to day 230. And then that's actually, it's a shut-in period that we had for due to marketing. It actually occurred back in April. But you'll see that the wells are producing right on trend right before that shut-in. When we came back on production, there's a little bit of flush, but then they basically trended right back down to the trend rate that we had before. So I just wanted to point that out. And actually, that's going to be a source of an opportunity for us when we evaluated the Gorgon well.
Okay. And we'll move on to the zero time now for the 185 lands. And it's a similar chart, but if you can describe the differences.
Okay, this is the well, it's got 7 wells in it. It's over to the wells to the north. It's the same structure is the same. We have 7 wells. The lighter colors are the producing wells, each individual rate performance of each well. And then there's a dark green color in the middle of that, which is the average of those wells. And then the darker black line is the type curve for that area. You'll notice that on day 220, thereabouts, there's a shut-in. Actually, we only had 2 wells producing at that time. We had actually drilled and completed a horizontal well, and we shut those 2 wells in just as protection so that we wouldn't, just basically they're approximate to the horizontal well that we drilled and completed, and we wanted to protect it just to make sure and to be safe. When we brought those wells back online, one of the wells came on right on trend. That's the lighter blue color you see, just landed right on top of the type curve. The other one was a little bit slower in recovery. We were a little bit patient with it, but both of those wells are producing up casing. So basically we needed a little bit of lift support, so we made that work over, and you see right at the end or right just before day 300, both those wells are pretty close to being on trend. And then as you move forward after that workover, as you move forward, and we're about at day 340, we're just right on and just below the type curve. So just the point there is that, and we've seen this with the vertical wells too. If you might have some little offset interference from a frac or a completion of a well, but the wells do recover, and we have very high confidence that there's no interference, long-term interference, no reduction in reserve recovery, or anything of that matter as we continue to drill in this area. But I want to explain that. And again, along as well as with the 135 lands, there's really good alignment with the performance of these wells as we move forward.
Okay. So now we're going to go from these the 2 separate type curves into the EUR distribution that we see in the 2 type in the north and the south 185 and 135 land. So if you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit E5.
Yes, sir. So the zero times do a really good job of helping us to define what the initial rate should be of the well, the early decline of the well. But if that time period is short in length, it's a little bit more difficult to do we have the right EUR. So we took the same 6 wells, or excuse me, the same wells, 6 in the 135 lands and 7 in the 185 lands, and then it had based on the forecast of those EURs of those wells, have a trend here of the EURs per foot, and what that is just taking the EUR of the well and then dividing it. I'm hearing a phone ring. Okay.
That's gone.
Okay. Didn't know if it was on our end. So, but okay. So anyway, take the EUR of the well and divide it by the lateral length of that well's completion to get a statistical barrels of oil per foot for that completion. It did that for each of the wells in both of the areas, and then just trend that. And then you're kind of looking for what is the P50 or mean of the performance of that. So that would then give us help us align ourselves with the estimated ultimate recovery of that well. You can see that in both the areas, the 135 lands and 185 lands, there's pretty good agreement between the EURs per barrel oil per foot, and they actually do well. That's part of the exercise in determining what the estimate ultimate recovery of those wells should be.
Okay. So we'll move then into Exhibit E6, which is the MBO distribution for these same lands. And if you could please describe Exhibit E6.
Yeah, this is really just a way of just upscaling the barrels of oil per foot to a uniform lateral length, completed length of 9,900 feet, which is our current lateral that we can complete with the current setbacks. And you can see that our type curve for each area is the blue triangle, and then the trend line itself is the trend from the previous exercise, just upscaled to the actual EUR. And you can see that our triangles were just slightly above the current mean, but actually the depiction makes it appear to be a little bit worse than or less of a tight tolerance as it is. But both of these are within 99% of the EUR, 614 MBO through the distribution on the 135 lands, which our top curve is 622, so 99%. And then on the 185 lands, we're 849 compared against our 857 top curve. So again, that's also 99%. So basically, there's good agreement between the two exercises, and that helps us define, what our expectation should be for the performance of the wells in these two areas.
Okay. And now we're going to go. You previously mentioned the Gorgon well, and we're going to go now to the reservoir model that we're going to base on that well. So this is Exhibit E7, and if you could please describe what's depicted on Exhibit E7, please.
Yes, we want to, so to help us better understand the well performance in this area, we went through the exercise of creating and running through a reservoir model, and it's quite an endeavor. But we did that so we can better understand, again, the fluid flow through the reservoir, and also help us ascertain what the properties or the parameters of the reservoir that we have, so that we can better predict and actually better drill and complete wells in the area. But this is the Gorgon 913-14C54H. I pointed it out to you on Exhibit E2. Again, it's in the center of the center of the 135 lands, and to the right is a table, and actually through the exercise that's going to be on Exhibit E8. We've landed on these properties, and I won't go through every single one of them, but the porosity, petrophysically, the porosity is 8.35%. The permeability is 1 microdarcy, which was a good outcome and a history match, with the model. Initial water saturation is nearly 49%. Fracture half length, which is on the Gorgon well, is 150 feet with an SRB thickness or width around that frac of 43 feet. That basically this is our well, and these are the parameters that result of the history match, which I'll discuss in the next slide.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to E8, which is the production history match for the Gorgon. If you could please explain the graphical depictions on Exhibit 8, please.
Yes, there are five graphs here. The oil production, gas production, the top two on the top two on the left, water production and bottom hole pressure match below that, and then we have the GOR, which is the SO ratio, which is we keep a real close eye on that because it's a little bit tells us a little bit about what's going on within the reservoir. The red data points are actual production are recordings from the well, and then the black data points is the result of the model that we run. And then we basically, I mean, you have a reservoir model, and the objective here is to match the model to the actual performance so that you then know that the parameters that you have set within the model are true and correct to the best of our ability. You can see that, I mean, there is some variance, but for the most part, it's a very, very tight tolerance from actual production to model production. And then I will tell you that the standard is set to the oil rate, so those two are exactly the same. And then you adjust your parameters to match the gas, the water, bottom hole pressure match as well, and then the GOR. And then I did mention that there was a marketing shut-in period on an earlier slide, and that's in days 200 to 230. And that was actually kind of a great learnings for us because we had a history match right up to the shut-in period, went through the shut-in period and turned on a history match, and then our history match just didn't follow the performance after the shut-in period. And then one of the learnings from the shut-in is that there is some pressure-dependent permeability, porosity, and permeability that is occurring in this area, and we had to turn that dependence on for us to match the performance after the shut-in. So that actually basically that shut-in period, although we unfortunately had to shut in the well, it gave us a little more insight as to what's going on within the reservoir.
Okay. We'll then move on to our next exhibit, which is going to be the production plot for the Gorgon. Exhibit E9. Please describe the contents of Exhibit E9.
Yeah, so the history match took us through July 5th, and then I just updated the production through September 13th. It's been a very good well for us. 305 current rate. I have the green line is the oil production, the red line, the top red line is the gas production. The lower line is actually brown is the flow and pressure, and then the blue line is the water production. Current rate of the well on September 13th was 305 barrels of oil per day, 1.2 million cubic feet of gas per day, and 245 barrels of water per day. Cumulative production at that time was nearly 205 MBO, 290 million cubic feet of gas, 126,000 barrels of water. You will note that, or you may notice that there was an uptick in the production right there at the very end, and over in Altamont, and this is a very waxy crude. So actually, what was done, this is more of a surface intervention, and went through and just rocked the chokes, kind of got some little more heat flowing through the lines, and kind of swept away some wax buildup that we might have had, and so just a little bit of work at the surface actually improved the performance of the wells quite well, and that was we just saw them trending down a little bit, didn't think that was right, so we just went to the surface facilities and got a little bit of an uptick. So great result there. But it's a good well. And then lastly, this well is right in line with the top curve in the area.
All right. Thank you for explaining that exhibit. Staying with the Gorgon, let's start looking at our models. So we'll start with Exhibit E10, which is the 20-year model.
Yes, sir. So we had a 300-day history match where we matched the performance of the well against, the model the performance and match that model against the actual production of the well. Then the next step is, okay, we got a good match on that sense. Then we ran the model for 20 years, which it was nearly 1 hour per year. The model takes about 16 to 24 hours to run, but it's quite detailed. But in that, we ended up with 539 MBO after a 20-year period, and that actually landed right in line with a production decline forecast that we had in the well. So we have a good, which basically is more alignment and more confirmation that we have a good model in place. We have good fit in the early time and a forward forecast of the well that is in line with our predicted performances in using another method. So that was a great outcome there. So we basically we're we're confident that we have a pretty good fit, pretty good model description of the reservoir.
Okay, well, then we'll move to Exhibit E11, which is going to now discuss oil saturation. And this is another set of exhibits that'll kind of walk the board through it. So if you could start with E11 as to the Gorgon oil saturation.
Okay, this is, we have a 3D depiction of the well over on the left, with the heel being where the well name is labeled, and the toe of the well being right into the bottom left. And then to the top right is what I call a map view. It's looking down at the well. Again, we're looking down at the toe, and then the last, let's say six perforations or clusters that we have on that. And then you can see then the extension to the end of the or the end of the unit line. And then that's so that the top view is, or the top chart is a map view. We're going with a reservoir width or a reservoir width of 800 feet. And so you're seeing that's what the 800 feet marker is. It's 400 feet on either side. The middle chart is a side view. So looking at the lateral from the side, from the side, and it's really a cross section through the middle of that lateral from the side of the lateral. And you can see there again, it's you can see the same clusters, and it shows you again this is an oil saturation plot, what the oil saturation is at time 0. And then the last plot to the bottom right is a kind of a plot looking at the well from the end of it into the lateral actually at one of the cluster facings, or we call SRV. And so that's the 3D, that's the depiction that we'll be seeing on the next 2 slides. The initial oil saturation is 51.2%, and that's our starting point for this well. So this is a time 0 what the oil saturation is.
Okay. Then let's move to Exhibit E12, which is going to be our 10-year. Now this has been run out at 10 years for oil saturation. Describe what we look at like at 10 years.
Okay, since we validated the model, we're trying to get an understanding of how the fluid is flowing through the model. And so what we have here is a change in the oil saturation as we're depicting. And then the cooler colors, as you go from yellow to green, that's a decrease in the oil saturation. And the warmer colors is an increase in the oil saturation. And again, with the starting point being at 50%, these are in 10% increments. So the oil yellow is at 50 to 60%, right there at the bottom of that. And then you'll see as we produce the well, you're seeing oil flow decreasing or decreasing the oil saturation as at the 10-year mark. And then one interesting realization that we've come through with the modeling is that if you'll notice in and around the perforation clusters, there's an actual increase in the oil saturation as versus a decrease. So as you go from, like if you're looking at that top chart, as you go from left to right, you'll see that the initial oil saturation is still showing at 51% or in the yellow. Then we step down into the 40 to 50% range and the 30 to 40% range. Then it's actually upscaled back up to, actually jumps up above into the 50 to 60% range, and then above that. So there's describe it as a little bit of a holdback, but we're seeing that's a function of part of likely driven by the pressure dependent porosity and perm values or attributes that we're seeing that we had in the history match. So as you go towards the perforations cluster and towards the frac, it's a little bit of a skin or a little bit of a holdback that's occurring in that area as the well produces. So again, that was another realization of how the well and the fluid is flowing through this reservoir and some of the things that are occurring within it. And I just to point out one thing, even at the 10-year mark, you can see that at the toe of the well, moving from that first cluster back to the left on that top chart, and over more to your right in that area right there. that is basically, that's illustrating, that's an area that the resources in that area are not being fully developed. That's going to help us with the recommended setbacks.
Okay. Then we'll move from E12 to E13, which is our 20-year oil saturation. Please describe how we've changed over that 10-year period.
Okay, so basically this is just continued flow through the reservoir to the well, to the fractures, and to the well. Similar. I mean, the structure of the exhibit is exactly the same as exhibits 11 and 12. You're just seeing a change in the oil saturation over time, over the next 10 years, and you're also seeing, again, we're still seeing that hold up or build up in this what we call the SRV region, in and around those perforation clusters, as the reservoir fluid is flowing from outer regions to that region. And that's a little bit of a holdup there. Again, it's all a function of the pressure dependent porosity and perm. Also a little bit of things that are occurring with the fluid itself as the gas is breaking out of solution as you go into lower pressures, that the viscosity of the oil is increasing. So it's a little bit harder for that fluid to flow through the reservoir near wellbore. So we are seeing that. But again, even after 20 years, looking at both that top right chart and the middle chart, there's an area of the resources that is not being fully developed.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to Exhibit 14, which is going to get away from the test well a little bit. And look at the P10 EUR distribution in both the northern and the southern lands. If you could please describe what's being shown on Exhibit E14.
Yes, E14 is going back to our distributions of the well and the EURs. And we certainly have a mean of 622 MBO in the 135 lands and 857 MBO in the 185 lands. But that's your average well. So in our effort to recommend a reduced setback, we wanted to give ourselves some room for the, I guess you could call it your better than average well, or we're calling that our P10 well. So in our recommendation and determination for the setbacks, we pushed that 622 MBO curve out to 699, which is the P10. And then 857 curve out to 945 MBO, which is a P10 for the lands. And again, that's just to give us some accommodation space for if, and hopefully when, we run into a better than average well. And so that we then, we still are protecting correlative rights, but also developing the resource.
Okay. We'll move along to Exhibit E15. This is going to be another group of, as you can see, changing ellipses. And so we're going to want to start with E15. And if you could please describe and use this slide, if you can, Mr. Biancardi, as kind of a teaching slide to give examples of, we're going to be seeing these same numbers and things over and over. So a little intro to that is helpful for the board as well.
Okay. So just to I'll try to stay away from the numbers a little bit, and then just to talk about the slide itself. So on the left is it's a depiction of the last or the first completion of the well at its setback, and then I have there's an inner blue ellipse, which would be the fracture depiction of the fracture in SRV area. And then there's a tan ellipse, which is a depiction of the production in and around that as you go to the EUR of the well. And then I do have just to the right of that is, well, actually in the middle of that, I'm showing the lines are showing a 330 foot setback. And so the distance, to the setback. And then also to the red line is the 560 setback, which is our setbacks from the north and south lines. And then over to the right is really just an accounting to the distances that you have from the lateral length or the fracture length and the fracture width to the respective setbacks, both for the inner circle or for the frac itself, and then for the bottom is for the production drainage ellipse. Then you'll see there's a y and a y prime and an x and an x prime, and the prime values will come into play more as we start taking into account the azimuths that were described earlier in Exhibit G6. As we apply these ellipses to what we're using, the most extreme scenario we would run into with respect to fracture azimuths, because as you rotate the azimuth, you encroach upon your lease line. So we want to make sure that again, we're giving ourselves room to fully develop the resource, but also protect the correlative rights. So that is a description of the exhibit, and then this is to the 135 lands or 622 MBO curve. For the inner ellipse, it's 193 feet of fracture length or SRV length. It's a 150-foot fracture plus another 43 feet for feed into that fracture tip. And then the width of the fracture SRV range or stimulated reservoir volume is 43. And then we evaluated the recovery of that area as it goes along the full lateral length of the well, and then the difference of that to our 622 type curve is how we determine the parameters for the outer ellipse and its dimensions. Again, we use the reservoir modeling to help us understand the recovery of the inner ellipse, and then also the expansion to the outer ellipse. And then this is shown at 0 degree azimuth. Just basically stand up. And then just to help you with the tables a little bit, and I have some of them are block, or I have brown, or I guess it's more of an orange square or block around some of these distances. But on the inner ellipse or the fracture SRV ellipse, you can see that we have 43 feet, and that is to our 330 foot setback. That 43 feet from the 330 foot setback to our lease line, then that leaves us 287 feet from the outermost part of that ellipse to the lease line. And then taking that down to the production, which is where we're concerned about, making sure we have the correct recommendation. On this, it's 97 feet from the 330 foot setback line back towards the unit line, which would then yield us 233 feet of space available for recovery. And then as you look to the south, just looking at the production ellipse, the production length is 240 feet, which is the length that we have, which then that tip would then put us 320 feet from the bottommost or the bottom section line that we have there for the production of that well. So sorry for the long discussion there, but essentially what we're seeing is there's an open area there, an unshaded area that we're seeing as uncaptured resources, undeveloped resources that we would like to make some adjustments to. One, with the section line wells to capture the resources in that area between the 560 setback and the section line, and then also reduce the setback more towards the east and the west, so that we can capture the resources that are not being developed right now.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on to I'm going to keep going through these so we can keep moving it. So now we're moving our axis to from 0 degrees to 10 degrees with exhibit E16. And if you can describe what's being depicted there. Yeah, so 10 degrees, and then I would really just get to this is really just rotating that same ellipse 10 degrees. 10 degrees is what we've seen as the most extreme in the 135 lands. And so we're just picking, many of them are north 5, some are north 0, but we're trying to be on the conservative side, because as you rotate that ellipse, you actually push out that bottom of that ellipse as it's depicted in this exhibit closer to the lease line. So just to keep a pattern with it, the blue is the SRV ellipse. So that 43 foot, if you look at the very top line of that SRV area, you'll see that the X, and then the X is actually, that's going to be an encroachment on east and west, and then the Y's are the encroachment on north and south. But that 43 foot
length that we, or width, excuse me, that we have for that fracture, that rotates out to 54 feet from the 330 setback line, which then puts it 276 feet from the unit line. So we actually move it a little bit closer with that rotation. So we're trying to take that into account. And then for the production lift, same work there. Instead of being 97 feet as the width with the rotation, it's 104 feet from the setback, which puts it to 226 feet from the unit line. And then we actually, with that rotation, you lift up the bottom of the frac just a little bit. So instead of being 240 feet, just going at the production lifts on the bottom, instead of being 240 feet, that rotates and then becomes 236 feet from the 560 line, which is then 324 feet from the section line. Again, what we're seeing, the point of all that is really we're seeing undeveloped resources to the south of our production lifts and some undeveloped resources in this exhibit to the west. I think that covers where we are at the current setbacks of 330 and 560.
Okay, and those are, and just to be clear, these are for the 135 lands, the previous two slides.
Yes, so yes.
Okay. So now we're going to look at this with the 135-foot setbacks being requested today in E17. If you could please describe what we're looking at there.
So that's taken the same ellipse that we just looked at 330 setback to 135, and you can see that we do puts us closer to the unit line well. But since we're using, the performance of a better P10 well, we still have setback from the lease line well from the unit, so that we don't cross the unit. Therefore, so that we are then, protecting for relative rights. So really, just going, I'll just with the SRV ellipse, that moving it back is still 54 feet, right? But since we move the setback, we're now 81 feet to the unit line, which is still the same 276 feet from the 330, if we use the 330-foot setback. If we go to the production ellipse, which is the lower table, again, we've kicked out 104 feet from that setback of recommended 135, which then puts us 31 feet away from the unit line. And again, this is at the most extreme azimuth rotation that we're seeing in the 135 lands, and it gets better as the rotation stands up. You're pulling further away from the section line. So this would be the most extreme encroachment that we're seeing, and part of the recommendation as to why we recommending 135, not only for the production of a type curve, but also giving us some accommodation space for a P10 well.
Okay. So we'll move from this one to E18, which is going to be a very similar set of exhibits, but dealing with the northern 185 lands, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. So the northern 185 lands have a type curve of 857 MBO, and it's performing quite differently than what we're seeing in the 135 lands. So we're accommodating or making accommodations for that or adjusting for that. Part of the reason there is a difference in the fracture that we apply in the 185 lands against the 135 lands, and it's a much larger fracture. Therefore, it has a much longer fracture half length, and although the width would be the same. So the ellipse then is showing a longer fracture ellipse, and then with the performance of that area, we actually have a much larger production ellipse. But we used it's a little bit of a hybrid. So we used some of the learnings that we have from the Gorgon, because that's our modeling well, in the sense of its performance beyond the fracture, because the reservoir properties are very, very similar between the two different areas. But it is adjusted for the fracture length of the fracture that's being applied to that. So with that, we've got, again, you're with the stand up, the fracture in the blue ellipse is 43 feet width, is 287 feet from the unit line at a 330-foot setback. And the fracture length is 244 feet. So in a stand-up sense, it's 316 feet from the from the north and south lines. And then the production ellipse is much larger. We have a width of 121 feet, which puts us 209 feet from the unit line using 330-foot setback. And then the length is 313 feet, which puts us at 247 feet from the 560 or the section line well to the south using the 560 setback. And again, even though, I mean, it's a much better well or better well in the 620, the 135 lands, there are still resources here that aren't being developed, both to the south, which would be accommodated or captured by a section line well, and then also to the east and the west, heel and toe, that we can capture with reduced setback.
Okay, and this E18 is at the 0 degrees, right? So we're going to move to E19, which is the most extreme we think we're going to see there, which is 20 degrees. So if you could please describe how that affects the ellipses on E19.
Yeah, so you see the 20 degrees is quite a difference in the 10, and it really starts to accumulate. But also, since this fracture is much and production ellipse is much larger, the 20 degrees has creates quite a bit more throw. And again, the 20 degrees is an azimuth that we saw over on the east side of the 185 lands. And again, as you move to the west, it does straighten up. But we're using that as our most extreme. We want to be the most conservative. So it's the same ellipse, just rotated over. So from the inner ellipse or the production or the fracture ellipse rotates out from a 43 foot width to 92 as it rotates and moves towards the unit line, which is then 238 feet from the unit line using 330. And then the production ellipse is 156 feet, rotates out to 156 feet from the 330 setback, which is 174 feet from the 330 from the unit line using the 330 setback. So the rotation has quite an impact.
Yep, yeah, it does. All right, so we'll move to E20, and so this is going to be with showing the smaller 185 setbacks and how that affects it, even at the 20 degrees. So if you could please describe what is shown on E20, please.
Yeah, so just taking account the production ellipse that we have for this area, the 20 degrees, sliding it over would to a 185 setback, which is greater than the 135 that we're recommending to the south. Really just looking at the production ellipse, because that's what is most important to us. That pushes, we're still at 156 feet from the setback at 185, and then that moves us to 29 feet to the unit line, and it's still 174 feet. So we're capturing those resources that haven't been left undeveloped at the larger setback. And then there again, you still doesn't really impact the movement of the setbacks. Heel and toe doesn't really impact your open area that you have to the south and to the north for a section line well. Again, we have some accommodation space here for a well that is better than average, and so we feel like this is a good recommendation to both protect the relative rights and to develop the resource. And again, I know I mentioned it earlier. This is the most extreme at 20. As you go to the west in this area, your azimuth changes and you're actually pulling away, further from the spacing unit. So, but this, being conservative, this is our recommendation.
So we'll move now from the discussion of the different basis for the two setbacks and move into the economics. And let's talk about first Exhibit E21 or your type curve economics, and you've done them both 135 and 185 lands.
Yes, sir. The okay, so for the economics on the I have economics for a base curve, which is the type curve that we presently have, which does not include any addition that we would be able to develop with the reduced setback. The type curves for the 135 land, 622 MBO, D&C is 7.5 million. Has a type curve reserves of 622 MBO, but at the price deck that this was run at, which was $41 to $47 and $2.84 to $2.46 on the gas. The economic reserves of 600 MBO. 2.6 million cubic feet of gas, as we have the type curve described. And therefore, the economics are good, which is why we've been drilling these. It's 49% rate of return, 4.479 net present value, discounted at 10%. Return on investment is 1.6 to 1, with a payout in years of 1.6 to 1.9 years, either undiscounted or discounted. And over in the 622 lands, we have an average net revenue of 84%. These are all evaluated 100% using the appropriate net revenue ratioed up to 100%, which is 82.8% in this area. Then also, obviously, it does take into account any discounts that we have for deducts and differentials. And then over for the 857 lands, largely because the completions are different, it's a $10.2 million well, developing 857 MBO, which is yielding 833 MBO economically, nearly 2 BCF. The rate of return there is 37%, which is a little less than what we have on the 622 lands, largely due to the cost. But the net present value was greater at 5.468 million because of the increased reserves that we recover over time. The return on investment is 1.54 to 1, with a payout, a little bit longer payout, 2.1 to 2.5 years, either undiscounted or discounted. These will run at $41.47 to $47.88, which was a strip in September 17th, and those prices are down right now. Prior to this run, I had a run at 37 to 87. $37.87 to $47, so a little less than starting point's a little less than what we have here on that's depicted on this slide. But the economics is still good. You know, the economics. I'll just speak to the rate of return and the net present value for the 135 land, 622 MBO is 42% compared to 49%, and $3.9 million compared to 4.5. And then for the 185 lands, 857 type curve, that 37% rate of return would drop to 33% at a lower pricing, similar to what we saw in strip today. And then 5.468 million in PV10 would drop to 4.8, but still economic. So even at a lower price.
Okay, so we'll go from the type curve economics now to what this looks like with the reduced setbacks. So these would be, so just to be clear, these are your current type curve economics based on the 330-foot setbacks, correct?
No, this here, the type curve economics.
E21 is with current setbacks, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So then we'll move to E22, and this is your economics based, your estimated economics based on the decreased setbacks in both the north and the southern lands. If you could just describe how the setbacks impact everything.
Okay, so with the reduction in the setback, you have more lateral length that you can drill and complete. Of course, that comes with a cost. So the cost to drill has increased about $200,000 in the 135 lands and $270,000 on the 185 lands. Difference again is the difference in the required fracture for the completion to then complete this longer lateral that you've now drilled. But with the additional cost, we're doing it so that we capture more reserves. So we increase the resource from 622 to 647 MBO, which is taking, we're basically capturing another 390 feet of more lateral at 62 barrels per foot, which is then giving us a 647 MBO. And then likewise for the 185 lands, it's not, the setback's a little bit less, recommendations 290 feet, which then yields 290 more feet that we can recover, but it picks up the recoverable resources from 857 to 882. So we have additional costs to develop that resource, and we are developing additional resources. So then the economics of that at the price deck that we had on September 17th is a 51% rate of return, 4.765 NPV10 for the 622, the 135 lands, 1.6 to 1 return on investment, payout still 1.7, 1.8 years. And then for the 185 lands, 38% rate of return, 5, 6, 7, 8 net present value PV10, and a 1.54 return on investment. Payout is 2.1 to 2.5. Again, running it at a lower price that we have, similar to today. The rate of return for the in the 135 lands at a reduced setback would be 44% at the lower pricing, $4.2 million net NPV10, and 33% rate of return and nearly $5 million net NPV10 for the 185 land. Again, that's just a range of the economics is based on commodity pricing.
Right, and so clearly, as we've kind of touched on and discussed, the economics improve if you can add lateral wellbore length and capture the waste that we've identified today. Correct?
Yes, sir. They have.
So we'll move on to Exhibit 23, E23, and these are your type curve economics for section line wells, both in the 135 and 185 lands. And if you can please describe how those wells and their type curves are affected by these setbacks.
Yeah, so this is taking a section line well drilled into the same reduced setbacks that we had described earlier. So the capital to drill this well is the same, $7.7 million in the 135 lands and $10.5 million in the 185 lands. But here we've actually reducing the resources. We actually have a well that is drilled, can be drilled 560 feet to the north of us and roughly 560 feet to the south of us. And so what we've done there, we modeled a 600-foot distance between wells because we don't really drill on a line. So there's going to be a little bit of a cushion, and then we actually are evaluating spacing at 600 feet. So, but with that, we're reducing the recovery of the well because we reduced the size of the reservoir a bit. But interestingly enough, and you'll see on this next slide that the recovery factor, although the recovery is less, but the recovery factor is actually increasing because we're doing a little bit better job of recovering the resources within the confines of the reservoir that we're describing. So basically, you're pulling down the outer limits of the pressure more and covering resources better. So anyway, so that took us down from the 622 type curve, then it's reduced to 618. But it's a little bit of a stair step. You go to 622 to 647 down to 618. Again, that is based on almost a little bit better than a 95% reduction in recovery based on the modeling that we've done. And then, so the 618 MBO curve yields 596 MBO economically. It's 45% rate of return, $4.2 million net present value, 10, 1.55 return on investment, 1.8 to 2.0 payout in years. And then same methodology for the 857, for the 185 lands, 857 type curve. That is reduced to 844. Again, that's taking the 857, upscaling it to 882, then dropping it down to 844 to yield 820 MBO of economic reserves, 34% rate of return, 4.967 net present value 10, 1.48 to 1 return on investment, and 2.3 to 2.8 payout in years. And then just taking a look at the reduced commodity prices that we have today, the 135 lands would be 45%, go from 45% rate of return to 38% rate of return at a much lower commodity price, $3.7 million net present value. And the 185 lands would go from 34% rate of return down about 5% to 29% rate of return, $4.3 million net present value. That, again, that gives you a range based on the price, the swing commodity prices that we've had, and really in a very, very short period of time.
Okay. And so we'll move on to your last slide, which is just basically a recovery factor analysis, both for single well models and the Wasatch 5 group, and as to both 135 and 185 foot setbacks. So if you could please describe what is being depicted in the information set forth on Exhibit 24, please.
Yeah, well, actually, both of these, both for the Uteland Butte and the Wasatch 5, they're both groups of single well models. And then we've been talking about the Uteland Butte is really our primary objective right now of the 26 wells that are producing. 19 of those are Uteland Butte wells, and that's our primary target at this time. But there are several other targets within the stack of the top of the lower range of the base of the Wasatch. Our secondary target right now is the Wasatch 5. Our performance of the Wasatch 5, actually, it's been disappointing, but we do feel like there's still potential there. But we are, with that, and with the rest of the stack for that matter. You get your Wasatch 4, Wasatch 3 as you go down to the base of the Wasatch, and then you get your Castle Peaks and Douglas Creeks and Garden Gulches as you move up. But you basically just kind of have a depiction here of the Uteland Butte. Really, it's for the recovery factor in the two different areas, and then the Wasatch 5 as being our secondary target, just using the performance of the Wasatch 5 that you have right now. But so for our typical 1,288 or 1,280 acre unit, we have about an 800 foot reservoir area that we're dealing with. When we go to the 2560, which is a section line well, we're reducing that to 600 feet because of the wells being drilled, on the offsets at 560 in north and let's say 560 in south. So you're basically reducing the accommodation space, which then reduces the area of the acres. The net pay is the same, 225 feet, using a porosity of 8.4% and a 48.8% water saturation, BSOL 1.5, and then so anyway, yielding it gives us a 220 barrels per acre foot of resources in place. And so the stope for the 1280 for the Wasatch, for the Uteland Butte is 9.6 million barrels, and then for the two areas, and then for the 2560, 7.2. And then with the current setback, you can see it's 330 to 135, 330 to 185. We got the two type curves, 622, 8057, and then the recoverable reserves, or the change in the type or the base curve to 647 and 882 and 618 to 844 as you go. I know these are a lot of numbers, so I apologize for that. So you go to reduce setback, and then you go to a smaller reservoir, which is the section line wells. Going through all that, we got a range for the Uteland Butte of 6.5% recovery factor to 8.9% on the base case, the type curve. That picks up to 6.7% recovery factor to 9.2% with reduced section line, reduced setbacks. And then for the section line wells, through our modeling, we're actually seeing a little better recovery factors, less reserves, but a better recovery factor of 8.6% to 11.7%. So that's and those are right in line with what you might expect to see in the recoveries for a well in this area. And then for the Wasatch 5, the recovery factors are low because they're all based on the performance that we've seen in the Wasatch 5 to date. But there again, we're we haven't given up on that. We feel like the potential is there. I think our biggest problem that we have with the Wasatch Front right now is we're being inhibited by some water production. So we're going to look at targeting and try to make some adjustments there. But we still have still believe that the Wasatch 5 and other intervals within this Lower Green River to the base of the Wasatch have potential. But just using that as an example, we've got a base case of 4.7% recovery factor to 5.3% recovery factor in the 135 and 185 lands, 4.9% to 5.5%, picking up another 0.2% with the reduced setback. And then again, reducing the size of the reservoir, but then realizing or through our modeling indications that we'll have an increased recovery factor. We got a 6.2% recovery factor and a 7% recovery factor for those wells in that area.
Okay. So this is the last petroleum engineering slide. So given the length of your presentation, I'll just ask you first if there's anything else you'd like to add about any of the slides. And I'm not fishing here. I just wanted to make sure there's a lot of information and anything that might have, that you may have wanted to go back to. Is there anything that you, anything further you want to say about any of the slides?
No, I think that we've done a fairly exhaustive effort I guess if there is one thing that I would like to add, Mr. Chicken, is that we've, from 2018 forward, through the 26 wells that we've drilled and completed and, waiting on 5 wells to be completed, you can just consider that to be a delineation. So we've tried a lot of different things and different ways of completing. The drilling is the targeting has been, I guess, for the Uinta Butte, it's been pretty much a consistent target, but we have looked at the Wasatch 5 and drilled 5 of those, Wasatch 4 and a Castle Peak. So we've done some delineation and also some differences in the way we complete the well. But our delineation period is I guess you would say that we're always learning, but we're ready to go to a full development mode. And that's really why we're here. We're seeing an opportunity to improve upon what we've done, both in the sense of reducing the setbacks because we're seeing uncaptured resources, but also take into account that there's this area that between the sections that is not being developed with the section line well. So really no changes to the slide other than just a realization that we've gone from delineation to development. And this is an area that we're very interested in. We're quite happy with the performance in this area and anxious to begin drilling again. But yeah, a lot of numbers. We've worked it real hard to try to understand the performance of the reservoir and what it in action and how to improve its performance. And but we continue to learn. But we've learned quite a bit actually in a very short period of time. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony, and just to be sure, or just to confirm housekeeping items, were exhibits E1 through E24 all prepared with your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes, sir, they were.
And do you believe that the relief being sought today, specifically the decreased setbacks for the existing orders and the addition of authorized section line drilling units will prevent the waste that's currently occurring while also protecting correlative rights and maximizing resource recovery?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I have no further questions for Mr. Biancardi. I'll turn it over to Chairman Hansen.
And thank you, Mr. Biancardi. The presentation was very informative and I think very extensive.
Thank you.
I believe this time it might be appropriate to take a break for lunch, and then we can come back. Susan, you have a question?
I was just going to say, before Mr. Biancardi disappears, I would like to ask him one quick question, but if he's going to be back after lunch, I can ask him then.
Good point.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I think that if we take a break now, when we come back, we can have the division ask their questions of him, and then hear the division's presentation and then go into deliberation. But it's almost 1 o'clock. I think it's probably a good time to take a break for lunch and let the groups take care of lunch and other business and start back up. How much time does the division and EP need, do you think, for lunch? And the board members?
At least an hour.
Okay. If we come back at 2 o'clock, will that be time enough?
That'll work for me. I don't know about the division.
Division?
That's fine with the division.
EP?
Fine with me. EP's fine with
Okay.
that.
We will come back at 2 o'clock and continue this matter. So I guess right now we're going off the record. Welcome back to the October 28th, 2020 board hearing. Just want to make sure that each of our board members have made it back. I see Mr. Church, Mr. Brown, Ms. Davis, Ms. Lavon, Rich. Oh, Mr. Moon is there. How about, I don't see Rich. Rich.
You sound like Miss Julie on Romper Room.
Took me a minute to remember who you were talking about.
I'm surprised you're old enough to remember. Kids and grandkids, right?
You think I'm not old enough? Or was that I'm too old to remember?
No, I'm going to say it was your kids and grandkids.
There you go. We're just waiting to see if Rich Borden is going to be able to join us, or if he already has and we just haven't linked in.
I can see him.
He's there. All right. Looks like our quorum is back, and looks like the division and Mr. Chicken are there and EP is there. So we will go back on the record. Prior to the lunch break, Mr. Chicken and his clients had given their presentation, and it was time to turn the hearing over to the division so that they could ask their questions of the last witness. Division, are you prepared to move forward?
Yes, I believe so. I'm actually going to turn the time over to Mr. Ellis Peterson to ask some questions of Mr. Biancardi.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Brent Chicken. I'm going to share my screen so that we can reference the exhibits that Mr. Ellis has questions about.
Okay, please do.
Thank you. To make a technical point, I have questions to ask Mr. Biancardi. They're concerning the exhibits E11, 12, and 13. These exhibits show oil saturation during the in the model after different periods. There we go. So we've got time 0. Let's go to E12 or E13. It doesn't matter. So the question is for Mr. Biancardi, is it correct that the reservoir pressure initially is above bubble point in these reservoirs?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So that means that the oil saturation change, well, would the oil saturation change appreciably before the pressure is reduced to the bubble point?
No, sir. Not appreciably. As you go from the original reservoir, the reservoir pressure is 7,000 pounds. The bubble point is 4,300 pounds. So as you decrease pressure, and the bubble point is the pressure at which the gas breaks out of solution. So as you're decreasing pressure, you actually get a little bit of a swelling you're decompressing that oil to a degree, and so to a sense, it can actually expand a little bit. So you might have some your oil saturation, initial oil saturation can kind of hold itself constant because it is expanding some, but the compressibility of the oil and or the expansion of the oil is very, very minor in scope. It's not that much in a relative sense.
So let's look at Exhibit 11, if we could, Mr. Chicken.
You said 11? I have 11.
13, excuse me. Sorry.
13. Okay, so
13.
the 20-year time for the Gorgon.
Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. So I guess if I understand what you're saying, Mr. Biancardi, that while the extent of the saturation change, as you show on these exhibits where they're more green, well, that illustrates the general shape of the area being drained. Does the actual distance of drainage extend beyond where these models show the saturation change?
There's fluid, yes. Well, there's drainage and there's fluid flow, Mr. Peterson. So you're right. As that pressure transient actually goes beyond where that lighter green is, like the yellow is initial oil saturation, and then you have the lighter green, then darker green, and so you're at 50 to 60 initial, 40 to 50, and then 30 to 40, and then you are seeing that banking of that oil right there. So as you enter that SRV region. So although there is fluid flow that is able to go, even like I said, there's a little bit of an expansion because the pressure wave does go a little bit past the bubble point. In fact, where it is green is about basically where probably where that you break out a solution and you're at the bubble point in the reservoir. But with respect to drainage, then there is movement. There is movement, from the reservoir to the well bore. But then there's also holdup at that well bore. So there is movement, but what we're seeing in our simulations is that not all that movement actually gets to and is produced out of the well.
Okay.
But you're absolutely right. There is expansion and there is movement, even to some degree beyond what this oil saturation exhibit does show. But I would say that the reason why we wanted to use this as an illustration is to highlight this realization that we have determined in our modeling that there is actually a holdup. In a sense, there's actually an increase in the oil saturation in this SRV region that is not being produced out of the well. So it's an interesting phenomenon. We think it's a part of the pressure-dependent porosity and perm. And also, as I mentioned earlier, there is as you get to the lower pressures and the gas does break out of solution, the viscosity of the oil increases, so the mobility of the oil, to a degree, can be hindered.
Okay. I think what you've said then, and I would agree that the saturation, as you show it here, there may be some drainage or fluid movement beyond that, but it's not significant.
That's correct. Yes, sir. It's not significant. I've done some calculations as far as for the compressibility of oil in that region, and it's about 3%. Not much at all.
Okay. So just for future reference for us, would you agree it would be helpful to see not only this saturation map as you show it, but also the reservoir pressure, so we could compare those distances in the future?
Yes, sir. We can work on that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
One reason I mentioned that is because with if you look at the engineering formulae for drainage, they're calculating the radius based on really the pressure transient, and
yes,
so those numbers might be slightly different than what you're showing here with a very comprehensive model that shows saturation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But again, we got that.
That's the only question I have.
Okay.
Okay. Ellis, that's all you have for Biancardi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions for this witness, and we'll turn it back over to the board.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have questions for this this witness? I see. Go ahead, Susan.
Still on Exhibit E, would you look at Exhibit 9? And before we look at, while you're looking for exhibits, let me just congratulate EP Energy on a really informative set of exhibits and informative discussion about what's going on. I thought you guys did an excellent job.
Thank you very much.
My question on E9 is, I have always been told that when you shut down a well, it damages the well. And you shut down this well, and it came right back to where it was. I find that really interesting. Can you explain that?
Yes. Well, like I said, when you shut a well in, you can damage the well. Actually, in Altamont, it's pretty unique, and it's a very complex reservoir, and it's very difficult to evaluate and I would say fully understand. But also, in some sense, it's a little bit forgiving, and in fact, we realize that. And a lot of, in our vertical wells, which are, of course, we have quite a number of those. We've done some recompletions where we'll be producing out of the Wasatch, and we'll set a plug to isolate that Wasatch zone, and then we'll complete a lower green.
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt? I'm having
Yeah.
a hard time hearing you. Can you get closer to the mic or something? There's a little bit of feedback also that's not helping, but you seem to have strayed from the mic.
Well, I'm right. Can you hear me now?
That's
Is that
much
any
better.
better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I think we lost him.
I think you're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Hear me now?
Yeah, be sure and stay close to that mic because as you twisted your chair, you cut out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So as we've when we've done some recompletions in our vertical wells, and we've used the vertical wells to help us inform us on these horizontals as well. But we'll set a plug, isolate the vertical, the lower, like the Wasatch zone, do the recompletion of the lower green, and as you know, that the lower green and the Wasatch is a common source of supply. And so when after we've done the recompletion, we might have had that Wasatch zone isolated for 6 months or even longer. We'll drill the plug out, and we expect to recover 100% of what that well is producing at the time of the prior to setting the plug. So in a lot of different reservoirs, when you shut a well in or when you isolate it, you may have just completely lost that zone. You're absolutely correct on that. And a lot of that is because of fluid movement or water movement. If you have an active water drive, even though you shut the well in, that water drive is still moving, and it'll flood out the zone that you're producing out of. So when you go to open it back up, it's not there because even though you shut the well in at surface, there was actually reservoir fluids moving at the subsurface, particularly in the water net example that will basically kill your well. But here in Altamont, it hasn't been that way. When we did shut in the well, in this well in particular, and some other wells that we shut in for marketing, as you see, and even in this plot on E9, we brought it back on. We had some flush production as we typically see from pressure buildup, and then they go right back to trend. So in that sense, it's been very forgiving for us. Yes, ma'am.
So going back, thank you. That was very helpful. Going back to E12 and E13, so that stranded resource that turns that darker yellow, did I understand you correctly in saying that's hard to get because it becomes more solid, more viscous?
Yeah, there's a pressure regime there to where it becomes more like the permeability and or fluid properties are changing right there, and it's holding up the fluid, the ability of the fluid to flow. At least in all of our modeling that we've done, we see this over and over and over again. The ability for that fluid to flow through that part of the reservoir, and that's the pressure dependent perm. Part of that's pressure dependent perm, and then that's the realization that we saw in our modeling. So and then also in the modeling, we're not seeing if you damage it. If you damage it, you may not be able to undamage it, being in the reservoir. So we're being very careful with what we do with respect to pressure, managing the pressure in the well. In other words, instead of shutting it in, if you open it up too hard, you may actually collapse part of that flow through the reservoir, and which you may not be able to regain that conduit again. It's almost the opposite effect of a
Interesting.
shut-in.
So what you're saying is that you can get more of the oil in place if you do the drilling unit line wells at the same time as the other wells. Is that what I'm hearing you say? Is that what this graph says?
They don't have to be exactly it. Well, there's unrecovered resources, like the section line wells would be to the north and to the south of this horizontal lateral.
Right.
And there's undeveloped resources there, and both on either the toe and the heel, which is for the reduced setback.
Sure.
But what we're seeing is that even though we're seeing some fluid flow, some of that fluid that's flowing is hindered in getting to the well bore, so it's still there. So if we drill another well, we're trying to drill these wells as efficiently as we can, so more proximate to each other than a longer time. But you should be able to have fluid flow if in fact you're draining to that distance with the other well, should be able to flow back towards the new well that you've drilled. If I'm understanding what you're asking.
Okay, thank you.
Do you anticipate having any pipeline issues hooking these wells up? I guess, are you going to need to flare for a time, or do you have capacity to sell the gas?
We have capacity right now. We're very keenly aware of the takeaway capacity in the field, particularly in this area, and actually, part of our planning, we work closely with the pipeline company out there to make sure that, to the extent that we can, that they have the capacity to capture the gas and move the gas, because we don't want to flare. Unless we can avoid it, can't avoid it. But we really don't want to flare the gas. Not only for the sense of loss in revenue, just burning a resource unnecessarily.
Thank you.
Mr. Moon.
Susan, very good presentation, Steve. Good
Thank
job. You mentioned that you weren't seeing much, that the vertical wells weren't impacting the horizontal wells hardly at all. Did you notice any impact to the vertical wells when you brought the horizontal wells on? I know you shut them down when you frack and then you bring them back. Did you notice anything much, any interference there?
No, sir. Not as each well has its own personality, but as a whole, no. It's when we bring the wells on, they reestablish their drainage pattern that they had before, and really from our experience and you've seen, or you may have seen in our annual reports, that the wells return to their rates. And again, it's been a great. One of the challenges that we've had is, compared to other operators, we have a lot of vertical wells that we're trying to thread in between, and what is is that going to be detrimental to us? And so far, it has not.
And what's the closest you've come to your vertical wells roughly, and not seen any interference?
We've gone as close as, or within the vicinity of 330 feet. The rules are you can't be any closer than 330 feet to an existing vertical well, and there's been a couple that we've been real close to that, but it hasn't been a problem. I think there may have been a couple of wells where if you're within that zone, you just can't complete within the zone. You might be able to drill through it or adjacent to it, you just can't complete within an interval. And we have done that, and we've done that successfully. So which is really an indication that there's quite a bit of resource left to be recovered in this area. So
good, thank you.
Mr. Borden.
Yes, this question's related to the geometric analysis you've done to justify the setbacks with
sir.
ellipses. So there, that analysis is really dependent on what you assume for a fracture half length. And I just wondered if you could remind us how you come up with those half length estimates. Is it only from microseismic monitoring during fracking, or are there other techniques as well?
No, actually, we don't have any microseismic. There's microseismic in the area, but one of the reasons why we went to the modeling approach is because we don't have any microseismic of our own. So we've done some fracture modeling, through fracture, programs that actually model fractures, and then we've actually input. That's part of our parameter testing, and it's exhibit E7 that, through that, through the modeling, we get an indication of what the frac length is and the frac width. And then we basically tested, that model and that the result of that program in this program as we work through the history match on E8. So we validated basically we're validating the indications of fracture length in one program with the production performance in another program. And that's how we, the two complement each other. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not a direct measurement of any sort, but it's two models and calibration between the two to give you more confidence in that answer.
Yes, sir. That's right. Yeah. And in a microseismic, you can get a signal with microseismic, which is an event, but you don't necessarily know exactly what that event was. So this is using the history matching and trying to bring two models together. For us anyway, it's been a good approach.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? Seeing none, I would like to add my appreciation that has already been expressed about the presentations and the exhibits and the discussion. Very informative, some of which has gone way over my head, but has been very, very useful. I think at this point, we have no other questions that we would allow the division now to give their presentation if they, I assume that they have one, Mr. Rowe.
Yes, the division has a brief presentation, and I'll be calling Mr. Ellis Peterson if it's an appropriate time to swear him in as a witness.
Please do, Michelle.
Okay. Mr. Peterson, can you just state your name so I can't see you. I can pull your picture up.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are. Okay, now I can see you. Will you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the witness has been sworn. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you. I'd like to qualify Mr. Peterson as an expert witness today, and an expert in petroleum engineering. Mr. Peterson has testified in front of this board as an expert in petroleum engineering in the past and as a licensed professional engineer in the field of petroleum engineering. So based on these qualifications and experience, I'd move to admit him as an expert subject to any voir dire from EP or questions from the board.
EP has no objection to qualifying Mr. Peterson as an expert in petroleum geology.
Board members, any? Seeing no objections, I think we can accept him as an expert witness in this matter.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, I have a little frog in my throat. As the board is aware, the division filed a memorandum that applies to both this cause and the eventive cause that is next on the docket. as the requests are similar. The purpose of this memorandum was to provide the board and the public with technical guidance for these requests and similar requests in the future. These requests are seeking an order from the board to, among other things, reduce heel and toe setbacks in the units. And as technical advisors to the board, the division is tasked with ensuring that this and other requests protect correlative rights while promoting efficient and economic oil and gas production. While reducing heel and toe setbacks in a unit may increase the production of the well, the board and the division must ensure the correlative rights of neighboring mineral owners are not impaired. So this memorandum details what the division experts look at when determining whether requests such as EPs will impair the correlative rights of neighboring owners. So with that, I'd like to give the time over to Mr. Peterson as primary author of this memorandum to explain the contents of the memorandum. Following his presentation, I'll follow up with a few questions and provide the division's recommendation to the board. So the time is yours, Ellis.
Thank you. The division filed a technical memorandum to help describe to the board what information the division looks at when considering whether to support a request for agency action seeking a reduction to the heel-toe setback. While I do not profess to be a modeling expert, and you have heard from Mr. Biancardi, who is much more knowledgeable on the topic than me, I will express that the division cannot make a recommendation on whether it believes correlative rights would be protected without some basic information on the inputs used for the modeling. At the most basic level, modeling works by matching a digital simulation to producing wells and reservoir, and then performance factors for a specific study area. In order to match well and reservoir performance, the model requires many inputs, such as fluid and rock properties, amongst others. Without knowing what data was input into the model, how closely the results match actual well behavior, the division is unable to determine whether the model predicted drainage pattern supports a reduced heel-toe setback. It is also important to note that not all companies have access to expensive reservoir modeling. In these situations, the division would accept traditional engineering methods using established formulae, but in both situations, traditional engineering formulae or computer-based modeling, the division needs to be provided with the input information in order to provide a recommendation to the board. That is all I have to say on that.
Okay, thank you, Ellis. Just a couple follow-up questions to kind of conclude our brief presentation. In your expert opinion, do the exhibits and testimony provided by EP adequately demonstrate the technical information the division needs to make an informed decision on this type of request?
The short answer is yes. And I would echo what many other people have said. Mr. Biancardi especially has been very patient and cooperative in providing information and answering our questions. And I agree, his presentation was excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. It was a great presentation. And just one final question. Do you believe that this request protects correlative rights while promoting efficient development?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my examination of Mr. Peterson and concludes the division's presentation. And we would invite any questions from the board and any cross-examination from EP.
Mr. Chicken, would you like to ask any questions of the division?
I don't believe so. I don't have any questions for Mr. Peterson. I will ask I'll ask Mr. Biancardi if he has any questions, but I'm assuming the answer is no.
No, sir, we don't have any questions.
We have no questions for Mr. Peterson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions of the division? Seeing none, give me just one moment. I need to confer with the board attorney. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience in this. I believe it would be appropriate at this time if the board went into deliberations on this matter. And to do that, board members, if you would please access the site that Ms. Carter sent to you earlier today, and we can have our deliberations. And I'll give you, 4 or 5 minutes to make that switch, if that's all right. So we'll be going off the record until that moment that we reconvene. Perhaps she's not with us yet. Ah, there you are.
Oh, sorry, you looking for me?
Yep.
I didn't see y'all come back.
All right. Well, I think then we're ready to go back on the record. In the matter that the EP's request for agency action, the board is deliberated, and
I'm sorry. I think
Sure.
I'm having a technical difficulty here. Let me. Test. I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back on the record, and the board will entertain a motion on the consolidated request for agency actions in this docketed item.
Mr. Chair, this is Stephen Church. I move that we approve EP's request for agency action as presented.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any discussion?
Chairman Hanson, just one other thing. Before you guys vote, can we get the exhibits admitted?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, good point. I was
Little point there, but get that evidence in.
I was thinking we'd do it after, but you're right. We need to do it before. I have L1. Well, let me back up. I have land exhibit L1 through L7.
Correct.
Geologic exhibit G1 through G6.
Correct.
E1 through E24.
Correct.
And general exhibit R1 through R3.
Correct. And I would move that based on the testimony of Mr. Brooks and Ms. Robinson and Mr. Biancardi, that exhibits L1 to L7, G1 to G6, E1 to E24, and R1 to R3 be admitted to the record as evidence.
So admitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, maybe we better repeat that motion, Mr. Church, so we can do this in the proper sequence. Sorry.
Yes. I move that the board approve EP's request for agency action as presented.
Second.
And I'll still, yeah. This is Susan Davis. I'll second.
The motion's been seconded. No discussion. Well, is there discussion on this matter from the board? Seeing or hearing none, Ms. Julianne, would you please call the roll vote?
Mr. Richard K. Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael R. Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen B. Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. The motion has passed unanimously by a vote of the board. Ms. Chicken, will you prepare the order?
I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I believe that concludes this matter. We grab my schedule and we'll move on to the next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next agenda item, number 6, is docket number 2020-032, cause number 600-03 in the matter of Ovintiv Production, Inc. We'll take appearances of counsel at this time.
Fred McDonald, counsel near and there on behalf of Ovintiv Production, Inc.
And Haley Souza on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Well, I think at this point, we will turn the time over to Mr. McDonald, and if he has witnesses that he would like to swear in, we can do that after his initial presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me today are Mr. Peter Burns, Senior Land Negotiator, Zachary Archer, who is Senior Landman for CH4 Energy Finley, Utah, LLC, Byron Boulding, who is the Development Reservoir Engineering Manager of Ovintiv, Mohammed Tabatabi, that's spelled T-A-B-A-T-A-B-A-E-I, who is the Reservoir Engineering Manager of Ovintiv. And also available today is Mr. Josh Reamer, who is the Geoscience Manager of Development of Ovintiv. He's available if there is any geological questions. At this time, I would ask that those witnesses be sworn in.
Michelle, could you swear in the witnesses?
Yes. Are they all in separate locations?
4 of them should be in one location, and Mr. Archer should be in a separate location.
Oh, okay. Okay, will each of you raise your right hands, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resumes of all 5 witnesses were submitted collectively as Exhibit A in this matter. If separately asked, each would verify the contents of their resumes are true and correct. Mr. Burns and Mr. Archer will be fact witnesses only today. Mr. Boulding was recognized by the board as an expert in reservoir engineering last month in cause number 602. And presuming the division has no objections, we request that he again be so recognized by the board for purposes of this cause.
Any comment from the division?
No, we don't have any objections. Thank you.
Board members? Seeing none, the witness is so admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Tadabai will be testifying for the first time before the board, so we'll qualify him as an expert in reservoir engineering at the commencement of his testimony. Mr. Reamer was recognized by the board as an expert in geology last month, also in cause number 602. And if he is needed to answer questions in that field, we'll ask that he be recognized again by the board for purposes of this cause. I want to confirm that the board received the supplement to Exhibit B, replacement Exhibits G and J, and new Exhibit L last week.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I just want to confirm that I will be moving for admission of the exhibits at the end of my presentation in chief.
Great, thank you for that reminder.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, today, similar to the EP Energy matter you just heard, Ovintiv is also requesting a reduction in a north-south drilling unit boundary setback for horizontal wells. Specifically, Ovintiv is seeking a reduction of the 330-foot setback established by the board in its orders entered in cause number 139-134, 139-150, and 602 as relating to 17 stand-up or up and down drilling units in Ovintiv's Midav area to 100 feet. The board has already established this 100-foot setback precedent in its order entered earlier this year in cause number 601, involving at least 3 drilling units directly adjacent to the north of the drilling units at issue today. True and correct copies of the 139-134, 139-150, 601 and 602 orders were, 600-2 order were collectively submitted as Exhibit B as supplemented in this matter. We would request the board to take judicial notice of the engineering exhibits and testimony of Mr. Pat Porter in the cause number 600-1 hearing, which provided justification for the 100-foot setback reduction pursuant to Utah Code annotated section 63G-4-206, subparagraph 1B, Romanet 4. Although approaching slightly different from EP Energy, albeit both utilizing simulation modeling, Ovina's exhibits and testimony provided today will establish that the reduction in the setback will allow a recovery of an additional 56 acres of resources that would otherwise be left in the ground, thereby maximizing recovery and preventing waste. Also, it will not be adversely affecting the correlative rights of the owners in the adjacent drilling units, as a buffer of a minimum of 200 feet between producing intervals will be maintained, being 100 feet on either side of the drilling unit boundaries. Finally, the request is necessary to offset any advantage afforded under the 600-01 order, which is the ability to get additional production, to lands adjacent to Ovina's lands at issue today. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code annotated sections 40-6-5-3B and 40-6-6. Notice was sent via regular mail to all working interest owners, including unleased owners, in the 17 drilling units at issue, and as established drilling units, or if unspaced, the quarter-quarter sections adjacent to the north and south of the drilling units at issue, and to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management, being the governmental agencies having oil and gas jurisdiction over many of the lands. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Land Management, Duchesne and Uintah County Realty records. Many were returned as undeliverable, as the addresses are no longer valid. The record will also reflect that notice was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune and Deseret Morning News on October 4, 2020, and in the Uintah Basin Standard and the Vernal Express on October 6, 2020. Letters of support for the granting of Ovina's request were filed with the board secretary by WEM Uintah LLC and CH4 Energy Finley Utah LLC, which are working interests in both drilling units at issue and in adjacent drilling units. To the extent the letters are not already deemed part of the record, Ovintiv will request that they collectively be admitted into evidence as Petitioner's Exhibit M. The division timely submitted a staff technical memorandum in this cause, not necessarily objecting to Ovintiv's request, but outlining concerns with the completeness of Ovintiv's exhibits to allow, quote unquote, an adequate level of technical understanding and scrutiny for the setback proposal. However, unlike EP Energy, which apparently waived in part or in whole such protection, Ovintiv asserts that much of the particular interpretive data used to create the model about which Mr. Tetabaye will testify is proprietary and confidential. However, in response to the division's memorandum, Ovintiv submitted 2 replacement and 1 new exhibits and will offer testimony thereon today. In addition, with the protection of confidentiality afforded under Rule R 649-2-11, subparagraph 4, and Utah's Governmental Records and Management Act, or GRAMA as the acronym is, Ovintiv did supply to the division the requested interpretive data necessary to alleviate the division's concerns and allow it to make a recommendation to the board today. One additional letter from Penny Sanders Sussany was filed with the board, but it was directed specifically to correcting Ovintiv's land records regarding airship and her mailing address. It does not express support or opposition to Ovintiv's request. No other responses, and more importantly, no other objections to Ovintiv request were received. With that, I'll commence my testimony of Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, will you still please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes. Peter Burns, Senior Land Negotiator for Ovintiv, and our address is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas 77380.
Would you please state your position with Oventive?
Yes, senior land negotiator for Oventive.
And does your duties cover the Mighton area at issue today? And do you have access to the land records with respect thereto?
Yes, I am the landman over the Uinta Basin and specifically the Mighton area and have access to the land records relating thereto.
Would you please, for the record, state the corporate and bonding status of Oventive?
Yes, Oventive is a Texas corporation in good standing with its principal place of business in the Woodlands, Texas. It is duly authorized to conduct business in Utah and is fully bonded with all appropriate federal, Indian, and state agencies. It is the successor by name change to Newfield Production Company.
All right, I'm going to, can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Burns, I'm now going to direct your attention to what have been marked as exhibits C through E for purposes of this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or Oventive personnel with your input or review?
Yes, they were.
Okay, turning your attention to exhibit C, would you please outline to the board what it represents?
Yes. Exhibit C is a plat of the 17 DSUs at issue and their applicable spacing orders. The blue lined area is the land subject to the 139-134 order. The red lined area is the land subject to the 139-150 order. And the green lined area is the land subject to the 600-02 order heard last month. Oventive is the majority working interest owner and therefore the designated operator of all 17 DSUs.
Okay, turning your attention now to exhibit D, would you please outline to the board what this represents?
Exhibit D is a plat reflecting the operatorship of adjacent lands. The lands in red are the 17 DSUs at issue today. The lands in green are the adjacent lands operated by Oventive, including the Greater Monument Butte unit to the south. The yellow hashed area is an area operated by CH4 Energy Finley. And the blue area is subject to the 600-1 order, which provides for 100-foot north-south DSU boundary setbacks. And 3 of those DSUs directly offset the DSUs at issue today. As relating to those 3 offsetting DSUs, the requested 100-foot setback reduction is particularly appropriate to offset any advantage to the owners in the CH4 Energy Finley operated DSUs.
All right, now directing your attention to exhibit E, would you please outline to the board what it represents?
Yes, exhibit E is an illustration of the notice that we provided for this RAA. The area within the red lines are the 17 DSUs at issue today, and all working interest owners were sent a copy of the RAA. In the blue areas, all working interest owners, including unleased owners in the established drilling units and adjacent unspaced quarter sections adjacent to the area at issue, were sent a copy of the RAA. The larger area to the south is the Greater Monument Butte units.
All right, now I'm going to direct your attention to the original and supplemental certificates of mailing. These were pleadings that were filed in this matter, prepared by my office. Do you have those in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the names on those certificates?
Yes, these are the names of all the parties receiving notice, as just mentioned, with respect to Exhibit E, as to the Oventive operated lands and the governmental agencies having mineral jurisdiction.
And how were those names and addresses compiled?
These parties and addresses were compiled from Oventive's internal land records, including title opinions in a search of the BIA and Duchesne and Uinta County records prior to filing the RAA by Lone Wolf Energy, Inc., Oventive's contracted land service company.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Division, do you have questions of this witness?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to ask division staff if they have anything that they want to ask.
We don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hansen.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions you would like to ask of this witness?
Could I just ask on Exhibit E, the two white sections right in the middle of the blue, what is the status of those?
Those are unspaced sections, so we provided notice to the adjacent quarter sections.
Thank you.
And I'm just curious as to why the odd shape? Why are the stand-up 1280s? There's about 4 of them in the middle there. Why are they left out?
The 4 that are the majority of the DSUs in red on the bottom row, those are not held by production, and it's Oventive's in Oventive's interest to try to hold those leases. This is the first step in our developing a drilling program for the future. So we're targeting these particular DSUs initially.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from board members? Seeing none, Mr. McDonald, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Archer now. Mr. Archer, would you please state your name and business address for the record? I think you're on mute.
It's Zachary Archer, 5128 Apache Plume Road, Fort Worth, Texas, 76109.
And what is your current position with CH4 Energy Findlay, Utah, LLC?
Senior landman for the Greater Eastern Uinta Basin.
And do you have access to the land records of CH4 relating to that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Archer, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit D. Can you confirm for the record that the land shown in yellow hatched are areas operated by CH4 Findlay, Utah, LLC?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit E. Can you confirm that the areas outlined in blue corresponding with the yellow hashed areas on Exhibit D, that you supplied the names and addresses of the parties provided notice in those areas to Oventive?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, in front of you should have the original and supplemental certificates of mailing that I referenced with Mr. Burns. Those are pleadings on file that we prepared for my office. Do you recognize certain names and addresses on those certificates as well?
Yes, sir, I do.
And those parties were the parties that CH4 provided to Oventive that are working interest owners in the area it operates adjacent, shown on Exhibit E?
Yes, sir.
And how were those names and addresses compiled?
Those were compiled from CH4 Energy Findlay's internal land records, including title opinions and paydex.
All right. CH4 Energy Findlay supplied a letter in support dated October 22nd of this month. Can you confirm for the record on the board that CH4 Findlay is in fact in support of the granting of Oventive's request?
Yes, sir. CH4 Energy Findlay is in support of Oventive's request.
Thank you. That concludes my examination of Mr. Archer.
Division, do you have questions of this witness?
I just have a clarification question. Mr. Archer, did you say that you provided the contact information for just the folks that were in that yellow thatched area on the prior slide?
Yes, sir. We provided some of that, and we provided some of the updated title information for 5, 8, 6, 7, and 1 and 12 of 4 South 1 West and 4 South 1 East.
Okay. Okay, that's the only question I had. Mr. McDonald. Thank you, Chair Hansen.
Board members, do you have questions for this witness? Seeing none, Mr. McDonald, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I'm going to represent to the board that my office mailed a copy of the request for agency action to all the parties identified by Mr. Burns and Mr. Archer via regular, not certified mail due to the large number of mailings that were required. As I mentioned before in my opening, many of those were returned as undeliverable. Next, I will commence my examination of Mr. Bolding. Mr. Bolding, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Byron Bolding, and it's again at 4 Waterway Square Place in Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And would you please identify what is your current position with Ovintiv?
Development Reservoir Engineering Manager.
And you are also in charge of the Smiton area in that field, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to now show you what have been marked as exhibits F, replacement exhibit G, exhibits H, K, and L for purpose of this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or Ovintiv personnel with your input or review?
Yes.
Turning your attention to exhibit F, would you please explain to the board what this represents?
So this is actually a very similar exhibit to our cause number last month, 600-02, where we showed the interpreted maximum stress direction across the Uinta Basin, and particularly the subject lands at Miton. The one alteration from the testimony last month is instead of the 5 DSUs, the subject that caused 600-02, we have highlighted the 17 different DSUs subject to the reduced setback request in front of you today. The polar plot on the bottom left, again, just as a reminder, is the different data points across the basin shown on the map with the diamonds of interpreted maximum stress direction. There is some variability there, but the red line is showing the average of north 79 degrees west.
And this is part of what supported the fact that you asked for the stand-up drilling units in the first instance, is that correct?
That is correct.
And also that the fact that the stress orientation is also the reason for the setbacks on the north and south boundaries, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, turning your attention now to replacement exhibit G, would you please outline to the board what this represents?
So exhibit G here is an illustration of our request today on reducing the setbacks and what that means for the longer lateral lengths that will enable the company to develop. So on this, the left side is the current existing 330 feet north-south setbacks in the stand-up DSU. And on the right, we show the 100-foot north-south setbacks. If we calculate on a standard mile section, the gross perforated interval between those two setbacks on the current setbacks would be 9,900 feet. If we are able to reduce those setbacks, that results in a lateral length greater than 10,000, all the way to 10,360 feet. If we take that calculation and put it in an acreage basis, this allows the development of additional 56 acres per 1280 DSU and will help minimize waste.
And it minimizes waste, and how would that do that? That you're recovering resources that would otherwise be left in the ground?
That is correct, and our next exhibit will show that on the increased recovery. And one other thing to note here is we believe this does so and still protects correlative rights, and our further testimony will show that.
All right, turning your attention now to exhibit K, please outline for the board what this represents.
What this represents is a quick comparison from what we had last month in our, again, cause 600-02 of the economics associated with a type well in this area with the current setbacks. That is the far left column labeled 330-foot north-south setbacks. And the economics associated with that. And again, as a reminder, it's a 582,000 barrel oil type well. If we look at the reduced setbacks, what we see is we're able to cover an additional 27,000 barrels of resource, roughly 4.6% improvement in resource due to the ability to develop a longer lateral. And the advantage here from an economic perspective is we're able to do that at just only 2% more cost. Again, similar to the economics associated with long lateral development, just extending that a little bit further. The one other thing to note on this slide is, in addition to the benefit economically of improving all the metrics, we also show that this is also beneficial to both the royalty revenue increase and the severance tax increase associated with the additional production.
All right, turning our attention now to Exhibit H, would you please outline to the board what this represents?
This represents pictorially where we feel we are in regards to our fracture and the current setbacks. So again, this is very similar to an exhibit we held last month in cause 600-02, where we've reduced the setback from 330 feet to 100 feet. So with our half length represented here and the Wasatch formations at 334 feet and 200 feet in the Uteland Butte, you can see pictorially at the current orientation of north 79 degrees west, how that relates to our setbacks. I'll bring your attention to the very bottom of that, where we show the distance of the fracture tip to the section line at a reduced setback is 35 feet. And our upcoming exhibits will cover that a little bit more on the resource we are draining away from this fracture tip that is done through reservoir modeling.
All right, finally turning your attention to Exhibit L, would you please explain to the board what this represents?
So Exhibit L is a representation of all the data that is informing our reservoir modeling that is used to show the protection of correlative rights later in the presentation. There's a significant amount of data going into our reservoir modeling, including the performance of over 300 horizontal wells across the basin, in which Ovintiv has the majority of those horizontal, or has the largest portion of those horizontal wells, with 120 horizontal wells in the basin. In addition to the actual well performance from these wells, we also have 30 different diagnostic fracture injection tests that helps us understand our pressure and permeability across this acreage position. We also have 10 different pressure, volume, temperature data analyses that helps us understand our fluid properties, and particular note our oil viscosity. In addition to this, similar to the polar plot that we showed on the previous exhibit, we have 45 image logs across the field that helps us understand our stress orientation. There are 26 cores, both hole and sidewall cores. This is collected either through Ovintiv, predecessor company Newfield, or either through trades with other companies that have collected core in the basin that helps us better understand our reservoir properties, including the porosity, permeability, and water saturations. There are also 10 different microseismic surveys across the field that helps us understand our fracture geometry, and in particular, our fracture half-length. One thing to note is this is held as confidential and proprietary information, as Mr. Fred McDonald outlined early in his introductory remarks, that we do feel deserves the protection of the grandma protections as discussed in the intro.
And that data includes much interpretive data, right? And that's what makes it the proprietary information?
That is correct.
And did you discuss, though, however, with the division, the interpretive data necessary for it to alleviate its concerns as expressed in its technical memorandum?
Yes, we were able to do so.
Okay. In your expert opinion, then, is the reduction of the north-south drilling unit boundary setbacks necessary to recover up to 56 acres of additional resource that would otherwise be left in the ground committing waste?
Yes.
And is it also your expert opinion that the 100-foot setback will allow the greatest recovery of natural resources with associated greater economic benefit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Bolding.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Division?
Division staff, do you guys have questions that you want to ask of this witness?
Yeah, we do have a couple of questions. I don't know if it would be for this witness or the next witness, but Fred, could you, or Mr. McDonald, would you please go back to Exhibit A?
H?
H, yeah, that would be the one.
Okay.
Thank you. A couple of questions about this exhibit. You show the fracture orientation, and if I understand, this is based on microseismic, the half length and the orientation. Is that correct?
The orientation is both based on microseismic data, but is also informed by image logs collected across the field as well.
Okay.
But the
Yeah.
half length the half length is based on microseismic data.
Okay, thank you. Is that half length also supported in your reservoir modeling? Did you get the same results using that half length or reasonable results in your modeling?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And again, it might come out with more in-depth discussion about the reservoir modeling, but do you interpret the drainage around this fracture to be elliptical?
In a high level, yes. I think in a more granular level, we believe that you are draining linearly out from the fractures, but I think that is something as we bring up the reservoir modeling exhibits that my colleague can probably better answer.
Okay. One more question. And again, it might be more relevant with the modeling review, but you're showing the 35 feet distance from the tip of the fracture. Are these very conductive fractures, so you would expect the drainage near the wellbore to be not that different than the drainage at the tip of the fracture?
If I understand your question correctly, yes, we believe that we have highly conductive fractures and we would be draining effectively along the fracture. And what we will cover in the reservoir modeling is really the drainage in the matrix, which we will cover, would be limited, but along the fracture, it would be very similar.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hansen. I'm sorry, Chair Hansen. You haven't been Vice Chair for a while.
Okay, thank you, Division. I'm sorry that there's occasional background noise and I may have heard something that I didn't actually hear. Board members, do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Steve Church.
Go ahead.
So you have 10 microsurveys to delineate your fracture half lengths. Where are they relative to this acreage that you're proposing in this request?
Mr. Church, if I can answer that, if you would refer back to Exhibit F. And Mr. Boulding, if you would confirm that the triangular dots are the areas where the microseismic comes from.
The triangular dots are a combination of both microseismic and image logs. If I can, I would like to address that. If we could address that question to Mr. Josh Reamer, I think he would be better apt to answer that.
Okay, I'll defer that question.
Well, Mr. Reamer, this is probably a point, it'd be better for you to go ahead and answer that.
Sure, yeah. In regards to the microseismic surveys, they actually surround the position. We have a few that's in GMU, just south of you, and then we have a few that's more up in Central Basin, which has been the main portion of our development. So it does surround this acreage. We use all of that data to tie it within our simulation. So it's a compilation of data points that ultimately went into this material you're seeing today.
Okay, but on this exhibit then, specifically, is microseismic run in every one of those colored locations there?
No, sir, no, I wouldn't say that it's every single point. That's not what it's saying. This document is really just showing you can use microseismic or an FMI to tell your ultimately SH max orientation. So in this particular exhibit, to come up with the average, it's a compilation of both. It doesn't highlight all 10 microseismic surveys that we have in the field.
Okay, so on this map, specifically, where are the microseismic surveys, the closest surveys run to this acreage?
You do have, I believe you have two that are about 2 miles and maybe 3 miles to the south of the southernmost tip of the proposed unit. That's the closest to.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I get you to repeat that? You're cutting. You're softening at the end of your sentences. Could you keep your voice up? Thank you.
Let me see if I can get closer to the mic here. If you can hear me. My answer was, I believe we have two microseismic surveys. The two closest are about 2 miles from the southernmost proposed unit on this slide. 2 to 3 miles. There's two different ones that I know of.
Okay, and are those the only two on this exhibit that you know of?
No, there are more that are on this exhibit. I wish we'd have, if known the question was coming, we could have highlighted those specifically for this group, but we chose not to do that here. But there are some that, again, that surround this entire position.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other board members? Seeing none, Mr. McDonald, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could follow up with a question with Mr. Reamer. Are the 10, though, that were used in the model, are they representative, in your opinion, of the area for this Miton area? Are they representative of that fracture orientation?
Yes,
They're
sir,
close
they
enough
are.
to be representative.
Yes, sir, they are.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, I'll commence my examination, Mr. Tadabi. Would you please state your name and address, business address for the record?
Yes, I'm Mohammed Tawadawai and located at 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, Woodlands, Texas 77380.
Could you move a little closer to the mic? I'm having trouble hearing you, and if I'm having it, I'm sure the court reporter is. Okay, and if you could start again, name and business address.
I'm Mohammed Tawadawai. I'm located at 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, Woodlands, Texas 77380.
And what is your current position with Oventive?
I'm currently Reservoir Engineering Manager with the Anador.
I'm sorry. Is there any way you can get closer to the mic?
That's better. I'm currently Reservoir Engineering Manager with the Anadarko and Rockies Reservoir Characterization Team, the Oventive.
Is that better, Michelle?
A little bit. If you just keep his voice up and if you could speak slower.
Okay, I'll try.
Thank you.
All right. Would you please outline for the board and divisions council your education, your work experience, particularly with experience in unconventional plays, also in the Uinta Basin, the experience that you've had with reservoir modeling and any other certifications, publications, or if you've been qualified as an expert before any other commissions?
Sure. Regarding the education, I have bachelor, master, and PhD in petroleum engineering, and I have worked in the industry for over a decade. Prior to joining Oventive in February 2019, I worked for Marathon Oil and Newfield Exploration. I have experience in multiple basins, Bakken, Eagle Ford, Anadarko, and recently Uinta as a reservoir engineer or reservoir engineer manager. To add, I have experience in reservoir simulation and reservoir modeling throughout my career. And regarding the certification publication, I have several SVE publications, and also I have served in multiple SVE technical committees.
All right, with that background in his resume, I would move that Mr. Tadabi be recognized as an expert in reservoir engineering for purposes of this cause.
Division, any objection to that?
I don't have any objections. Division staff, I assume you guys don't have any objections either.
We have no objections either.
Okay.
Board members? Seeing no witnesses, so admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now turning your attention to what have been marked as Exhibits I and replacement J for purposes of this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or Ovintiv personnel with your input and review?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Exhibit I, would you please kind of outline for the board the simulation model that we've discussed and you're basing your request upon?
Yes. This exhibit illustrates a 3D view of our reservoir simulation, which was used to model drainage away from a hydraulically fractured horizontal well in the Mighton area. As an example,
You may have to wait a moment. I think we're good to go now.
As an example, the graph on the right shows a 2D view of oil saturation change after 5 years of production. On this graph, red shows the area with no change in oil saturation, and yellow, green, and blue colors represent the area with oil saturation change, which is really representing the drained rock. As you can see here, the bulk of drainage mainly occurs within the hydraulic fracture zone, which in our next slide and next exhibit will show more details on that. You're on mute, Mr. McDonald.
Sorry. Just to go back on this, the data that was utilized to compile this model was the parameters that Mr. Bolding outlined. Is that correct? And this is actual data that you derived from your operations?
It's correct.
Okay. And can you outline for the board, what is your confidence level that this model comports with or has a historical match and is representative of wells in the Mighton area?
Yes. So this kind of model that we use for the purpose of this work, as we mentioned, the key parameters in the model is calibrated to data that Newfield and Oventive collected throughout the basin. And specifically, this model is calibrated and history matched to an Oventive operated producing well in the Mighton area. So we have high confidence in the model since this is grounded to data we have.
Thank you. Turning your attention now to replacement exhibit J. Please outline for the board what this represents.
This exhibit summarizes our reservoir simulation results and show change in oil saturation over time. Y-axis on this graph, the graph on the top, represent oil saturation change, and x-axis represent the distance perpendicular to the fracture. Each line on this graph is a snapshot in time. As is shown here, with the proposed setback, there is no drainage beyond section line. There's no drainage beyond the section line for the first 10 years of production. Even after 10 years of production, the drainage beyond the section line remains negligible, as is shown on the profile, oil saturation profile at 15 years and 20 years.
All right, so then in your expert opinion, does the 100-foot setback, it will not adversely affect the correlative rights of adjacent drilling unit owners?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Does the division have any questions of this witness?
Before division staff asks their questions, I just have one quick question. Fred, would you mind going back to exhibit H, I think it was?
Certainly.
Oh no, it wasn't that one. I don't know. It was the one with all the pretty colors. That one. The question I think that Fred asked was, what was your confidence that the model I guess it was, what was your confidence in the model? And I think the answer that you said was that it was history matched to a well within the Miton area, and so that gave you, substantial confidence. I was just wondering how far from the area in the current at issue in the current RAA was the well that you guys history matched your model?
Yes, this specific well is null 1310 4215 7H. This directly adjacent to the area, the west of the area that we were asking.
I think you.
Setback.
Division staff, do you have additional questions?
Yes, we do. Mr. Tabatabi, couple of questions. Does your model corroborate the fracture half length with a high dimensionless conductivity ratio? Does it corroborate the half length that you got from your microseismic data?
Yes. The conductivity in our fracture half length and fracture is very high and is like, infinite conductive.
Okay, so really your half length is based on different parameters, one of them being a match of your model to your microseismic data.
Right.
Right. All right. I also have the same, to make a technical point, same question about your exhibits I and exhibit J, as I mentioned under the last EP cause. I assume, like EP, that the reservoir pressure in this area is above bubble point. In other words, the oil is undersaturated.
That's correct. That's the case here.
Okay, so the oil saturation by itself does not really depict drainage, because you would have drainage beyond any change in oil saturation. Is that correct?
So oil saturation will represent drainage and pressure change will represent depletion.
Okay, well, where there's pressure change, you would agree that there's fluid movement towards your well. Is that correct?
Yes. So pressure wave
Okay.
is always ahead of saturation.
Okay, so do you agree that a drop in a plot showing, or a depiction showing how far the pressure drop goes would be something good to have to evaluate these causes, in addition to the saturation change plots that you provided?
Yeah, that would be a good basically complement to the saturation. However, hydraulically fractured horizontal wells in unconventionals with a really tight matrix, these wells stay in transient for a long time, meaning pressure wave is going to continue propagate away from the wellbore. However, just similar to the drainage and saturation, oil saturation change, the bulk of depletion can occur within the hydraulic fracture zone. But to your point, yes, that would be definitely a good complement to this to drainage and oil saturation.
Okay, and would you agree that the drainage beyond where you show this oil saturation change is probably not significant, but in this case?
Depletion beyond what we are showing here on the drainage is insignificant.
Okay, that's the only question we have. Thank you.
And I assume that concludes the division's questions for this witness.
Yes, thank you.
Board members, do you have questions you would like to ask of this witness? Seeing none, we'll go back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would move for admission of exhibits. I'll let you get your list in front of you.
Thank you.
All right, exhibits A, B is supplemented, C through F, replacement exhibit G, H, I, replacement exhibit J, exhibits K and L, and to the extent already not constituted as part of the record, Exhibit M.
And could you give me the title for Exhibit M again?
Exhibit M are the 2 letters in support filed by WEM UN LLC and CH4 Energy Findlay, Utah LLC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are so admitted.
Right, and I don't know if the board has ruled on the judicial notice on the testimony given in 600-01, or if you'd rather defer as far as that decision.
Defer it this time.
All right. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just reserve some time, if necessary, for closing remarks or rebuttal to the division's presentation.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time then, I believe we would go to the division for their presentation.
Thank you. Yes, we'll be brief. I know that Mr. Peterson provided evidence or testimony in the prior case, and we think it's important for each case to stand alone. So I will ask Mr. Peterson if he can please provide similar testimony as what he has provided before. Does Mr. Peterson need to be sworn a second time, or is he okay?
Yeah, I don't think that he needs to be sworn again. We recognize him as an expert witness.
Okay.
Thank you. The division filed a technical memorandum in this cause to describe to the board what information the division requires when considering whether to support any request for agency action, and seeks to reduce the hill toe setback. The technical memorandum provides greater detail, but when considering any request, the division needs to consider the model parameters and any other information used to determine whether reducing setbacks will both protect the correlative rights and lead to efficient recovery of the resource. In this cause, the division believes that Oventive used appropriate parameters in their model, and the division believes the model study supports the proposed setbacks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So just for a quick clarification, do you believe that the request protects correlative rights while promoting efficient development?
Based on the presentation provided here today, as well as previous conversations with and presentations by Oventive to division staff, yes, I believe the request protects correlative rights while promoting efficient development.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. That concludes my examination. Chair Hansen, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do you have questions of this witness?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Board members, but before, let me ask a question real quick of Mr. Peterson. Just to be certain, some of the information you received from Oventive was of confidential nature, and that helped you make your decision?
Yes, the Oventive technical staff was very open, very cooperative and patient to show us the region-wide data and enlighten us with many questions that we have had to and needed answers to before we could support this recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Church.
My questions are on the proximity of the closest data to determine fracture half lengths. What is the best direct method of getting a fracture half length? Is it the microseismogram?
In my opinion, it takes what both EP and Oventive have done. Well, not actually, EP corroborated this. They did not have microseismic, but they were able to match it with their model. That's one of the good things about the model, is it makes sure that many of the parameters are compatible. You can take an evaluation and you can tweak the half length and you can tweak the fracture conductivity, but when you put it in that reservoir model, the two of them have to combine into a more accurate portrayal of what you have in the reservoir. So I like it where you get some idea with the microseismic. It's not definite. My understanding is it's difficult to get a precise number, but when you corroborate that number with your reservoir model, it gives us much more confidence that the information is correct. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's very helpful, but a follow-up question. So that model is, it's not a regional model, it's specific to a localized area such as what we're asked to consider today. Is that true that that it can vary throughout the basin?
Yes, it can.
And the models that you have seen from Oventive do apply specifically to this area, not just on a regional basis. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, they have regional data that they shared with us, but their modeling is from this specific area in the basin.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other board members have questions for Mr. Peterson? Well, seeing none, I think it's appropriate then at this time probably to go into deliberation. I would ask that the board members move to that particular website, and we will be back on the record as soon as we've completed those deliberations and reconvene. Thank you. thank you for your patience. And we'll go back on the record. Michelle, give me a thumbs up if you can. Of course, I can't see her now. Michelle, can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
I'm ready. I'm sorry.
No, not your problem. Not a problem. We'll go back on the record. I believe that the board has considered this application by Ovintiv and will entertain a motion at this time.
This is Gordon. I move that we approve this request for agency action by Ovintiv.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you call the roll call vote?
Mr. Richard Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Steve Church, how do you vote? I think I called him already. Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you. The motion is passed unanimously. Mr. McDonald, will you prepare the order?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the board members and especially the IT staff today.
Julianne, you're raising your hand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was not sure if the exhibits were admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the exhibits were admitted prior to us taking our discussion. Oh, and Mr. Begley reminds me that we also grant the notice for, I'm sorry, say that again?
The judicial notice.
Yes, the motion for judicial notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The last item on our agenda today, get my notes back in front of me. Agenda item number 7, docket number 2020-033, cause number RONG-2020-02 in the matter of formal rulemaking to develop procedures for assessing administrative penalties resulting from Senate Bill 148. I think at this time it's appropriate to ask the division to give their presentation in this matter.
Thanks, Chairman Hansen. This is Charles Lyons for the division. Just want to make sure you can all hear me okay.
We can hear you here.
Great. So I'll just, for the sake of time, I'd like to get right into a brief presentation. So I'll share my screen. Second. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. So yes, as you stated, the division is requesting the board commence formal rulemaking to develop procedures for assessing administrative penalties. And these rules are in response to the 2020 Senate Bill 148. I just wanted to first highlight some key components of SB 148, which amended Utah Code Title 40, Chapter 6, modifying the process the division imposes and collects administrative penalties. So 40-6-11 4A if the board or division determines that a person has violated this chapter or a permit, rule, or order made under the chapter, the board or division may impose an administrative penalty on the person not to exceed $5,000 per day for each day of violation. Another key component is that if the board determines that the violation is willful, the board may impose an administrative penalty on that person not to exceed $10,000 for each day of the violation. Important point to note there is that only the board can make a determination of whether or not a violation is willful. And another key component is reflected in the rules as written as well, about who does this rule to apply to. And the SB 148 also amended the definition of person in Chapter 6 to include an operator or owner, while also incorporating the typical statutory definition of person, which would include corporations and that sort of thing. The rule that the division is proposing also defines what a willful violation is to guide the board in making such willful determinations. Also, key components is that SB 148 requires the board to establish a standardized violation schedule, which the division has done in this rule. I'm going to outline that a little further in the next slide, but I'd also like to just point out that the division shall provide a notice of violation at a minimum, requiring a notice set forth the actions necessary to cure the violation and a reasonable period of time to cure the violation. And these rules basically track that. A notice of violation is going to include remedial actions required, reasonable time for abatement, as mandated by SB 148. And just pointing out that the legislature put a cap on these administrative penalties, not to exceed 200,000 per violation per person. This is essentially an outline of how the rule as proposed addresses what that schedule should look like. The division identified multiple violations and broke them up into 3 different classes, each with their own penalty schedule as articulated here. And it's worth pointing out that all the penalties will be considered a minor penalty at first and assessed at that rate, unless the assessment officer assigned to determine the appropriate penalty amount would deem that it warrants bumping up a minor penalty to a major penalty. And that would be based on the degree of actual or threatened adverse impact. Pointing out that those class designations, sometimes there may be, for example, let's just say a minor spill could be a class 1 violation, but as that if it's determined that that spill becomes worse or it was worse than originally thought, or it may just be in class 1, it could be bumped up to a class 2 as well. So it's just important to note that. And there is contained within the rule aggravating and mitigating factors that go into the assessment officer's determination of what an appropriate penalty would be. So I would just direct your attention to those types of things contained in the rule. But I think for the sake of time, and what we really want to do today is show how this rule would actually play out in real time on the ground. So I just like to direct your attention to the flow chart, starting up in the upper left-hand corner. And this is for a non-willful violation. I'm going to run through an example, just going through the process of what these rules do. Let's say there's a minor leak or spill violation, a class 1 minor penalty of the division's general waste management section. So let's say a violation occurs. The division determines the appropriate class designation and the appropriate administrative penalty amount. And then, if you can follow my my laser pointer here, I'll kind of try to guide your attention to these different boxes as we go through this flow chart. So the division will issue an NOV in writing. It's going to contain an abatement period and the remedial action required to fix any problems with the violation. Ideally, what will happen is we'll move to this box to the left, where the violation is going to be abated within the abatement period. If that's the case, that NOV will be terminated, no penalty would be assessed. However, another option that can take place is that the violation is not abated within that abatement period, at which point the division would issue a division enforcement order. Also would just like to point out that there may be instances where after the division issues that division enforcement order, this violation could actually become abated after that abatement period. However, that penalty assessment will still be owed because that penalty needs to be paid before, well, as long as if it's abated after that abatement period ends, then that penalty assessment is still owed. But the goal essentially is to make sure that those violations do become abated. So once the division issues a division enforcement order, what can happen is the person has 30 days to file an appeal. And hopefully it's just abated. Hopefully everything goes as according to plan, but the rules provide for an appeal process. And the way that would be done is just how it's done normally in the division's rules that are already in place for appealing. And this would be a request for agency action. It would then go to an informal adjudicative proceeding before a presiding officer. This presiding officer at that proceeding would then issue a final division order, and that would be either upholding the assessment, the violation, potentially modifying it, or remanding it back to the division for further consideration. And then the rule also provides for another appeals period, which that appeal would then go to the board, and the board would review that whole violation, that whole procedure, that whole situation de novo, as if they were looking at it from the beginning of when that violation occurred. And would just like to point out also that these rules have been the product of a great collaboration with stakeholders. There's been a lot of great feedback for this. The division really appreciates all of the comments and work that has gone into this. This rule, as proposed and as put forth to the board, is the third draft of this during the informal rulemaking process. And that draft is the result of 2 stakeholder meetings that were held and all the comments that were received and discussions with staff and stakeholders. And this is just another step in developing the best rule that we can while asking the board to move forward with the formal rulemaking process. Stakeholder engagement and collaboration is going to be ongoing during this process. And we'd just like to thank everybody for their participation and help in making this rule the best that it can be. And we're going to continue to do that moving forward. So if the board moves forward with a formal rulemaking process, I just wanted to highlight some key dates for this process. So today, if formal rulemaking were to be commenced, the division is going to submit this rule to the Office of Administrative Rules on October 30th. They would then be published in the Utah Bulletin, which opens a comment period, which would then be closed December 15th. At that point, the rule has a timeline that needs to be met, and due to the regularly scheduled board meetings, there is an issue as far as meeting the 120-day time period requirements. And so just wanted to highlight there might be two options of how to handle this. The January 27th board hearing would potentially require the division to go before a rules committee to justify why we did not meet that 120 days. However, that could be avoided by having a special board meeting, having a quorum to approve the rules before January 15th, once they come out of that initial comment period. That would allow the rules to be resubmitted to the Office of Administrative Rules, published again February 1st for that second comment period, which would close March 2nd. However, we could also keep pushing this forward via the regularly scheduled board meeting on January 27th. Ultimately, the same process would occur, but the final comment period would close on March 15th. That's not to say that that would be the end of the world. That would just require going before the Administrative Rules Committee to justify why the 120-day period after submitting those rules on October 30th wasn't met. Just wanted to point that out to the board. Also, if there are any questions specifically about the rule as proposed and submitted to the board, we'd be happy to answer any of those. And there may be someone within the division staff that may be better suited to answer those if they're technical in nature or anything. However, it may be appropriate to make a motion for the board to move forward with these if there are no questions.
Thanks, Charles. I do have a question for you about option A and option B. I want to make certain I understand that following option A would require a special session by the board to meet the 120-day period set by OAR. And option B would have the board continue to meet on the regular scheduled hearing dates, but then the division would have to go before the Office of Administrative Rules to explain why we didn't meet the 120 days. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's how I understand that. And in discussions with the division, that's something that could happen. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but obviously we'd like to avoid if possible. However, we just wanted to present two options and the consequences of each for the board's consideration.
Now, the other question I have is, at what point would the division be outside of the any kind of deadlines that have been set internally or externally, regardless of the 120 days? I guess I'm asking, is there a hard date deadline for these rules to be approved?
That I don't know. I may defer that question to division staff.
I can help with that.
Yeah, thanks, Natasha.
Yeah, Natasha Balloth, Legislative and Policy Coordinator for the division. So after Senate Bill 148 was passed, we had 180 days from the effective date, which was, I believe it was May 12th. It was sometime in May. That 180 days is up on November 8th. So that's more or less the hard deadline. There is kind of a loophole where as long as you have submitted the rule to the Office of Administrative Rules, that will meet that 180-day deadline. We just need to complete the rulemaking within the 120 days that the Office of Administrative Rules gives us. Does that make sense?
So as I understand what you're saying, we would move to go forward with formal rulemaking to meet the November deadline. Is that correct?
Yes, that's kind of why we're pushing it, or that is the full reason, I should say, why we're pushing it right now. Instead of having a rule that we are like 100% on board with, knowing that we can resubmit another copy or another version that the division and industry probably agree more on. But yeah, that's ultimately why we're pushing it for right now, is to meet that November 8th deadline.
So we would put the division in, essentially, to use the term default, if we were to delay this until the December hearing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make clear. Board members, do you have questions of I almost said it. About this rulemaking process at this time? I don't see any. There has been a request or a submission by the Utah Petroleum Association that they would like to comment on the rules and the process where we are right now. And it was my understanding that Mr. McDonald, you were going to make comment on behalf of the UPA?
I can. Is Ricky on as well?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, is the rules that are being proposed today, UPA did not get until 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. And as a practical matter, there's no way we can get those reviewed and commentary from the membership in time to make commentary today. I think UPA understands the legislative deadline. As long as there is a clear understanding by the board and the division that UPA is not in necessarily agreement with the rules that are being proposed, and will have the opportunity to comment and make its opinions known on the rules and if necessary, alternate rules to the board. I don't think we have a problem with you going forward today with that understanding that, you know, we haven't given its blessing yet because we haven't had enough time to vet it with the membership. Ricky, do you want anything else?
Ricky Ranko-Browning from the Utah Petroleum Association. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak. I would concur with what Mr. McDonald said, as well as the presentation from Mr. Lyons, that it has been a very collaborative and productive discussion with the division and stakeholders thus far. We appreciate that, but we are respectfully in disagreement that the rule is ready to move to formal rulemaking. But as was noted, understanding the legislative timelines and the chance that the division may have to go in front of administrative rules to defend their delay, again, as long as there's a very firm commitment that we will continue to find alignment on the rule between the division and the stakeholders and move to revise the rule as would theoretically be approved today to reflect those changes. We understand the board's decision in that direction.
Thank you, Fred and Ricky, for those comments. Division, do you have any issues with what UPA is requesting or stating?
I would just say that the division wants to work with UPA, and we all want the best rule going forward. And so the only way that we're going to get that is through continual collaboration and continual discussions. And we just view pushing this forward into the formal rulemaking process as just another step in that process. And it's kind of a necessary step, as Natasha just articulated, based on the time constraints that the division is faced with. So definitely in full support of all collaboration and stakeholder engagement with this whole process.
As the UPA has asked or said that they don't agree at this time with the rule as it stands, but understanding the deadlines, they're willing for this process to move into formal rulemaking, provided they can be heard and changes can be made to the rule going forward before it is finalized. I assume that's the crux of it. I see a lot of nodding heads, so I'll say, yep, that's the way it is. Board members, do you have any further discussion on this matter? So I believe at this time we would take a motion to move these to formal rulemaking. Any other definitive information needed in that motion? Okay. Board members, anybody want to make that motion? We can get out of here pretty quick.
Sure, I'll make that motion. I move that we move these rules to formal rulemaking. And I'm going to further comment that at least I am willing to meet sometime in January to review comments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Carter, could you take the roll call vote?
Mr. Richard Borden, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Church, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Susan Davis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Levon Garrison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Hansen, Chairman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Moon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 7 affirmative votes.
Let the record show that was unanimous vote among the board members. I guess there's nothing more on this matter except for the division to proceed. If there's no more comments or questions, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned then. Thank you for your attention and your patience in this matter, in all these matters today. We're off the record. Thank you.
And we wish Levon a happy birthday.
I'm going to go celebrate now.
Okay.
Dinner is
Illegally.
Party on, girl.
Bye-bye.